Out input mode. 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 Out input mode.
Your body will get balsinos in the map, my friend. I think if you're not a millionaire, if you're working people like me, if you're working people like me, I own a small business in 274 Cole Street. I have a carpet cleaning, and I get I rent apartment to people. No help for anybody who do that. Republican don't support no help for that. No help for me. So if you don't make over $1 million, $2 million, I think you're not dumb and stupid. If you're dumb and stupid, go vote for any Republican. If you're not a millionaire, you go vote for them. You Wilkid Balsino say so. You dumb and stupid. You don't even know how to protect your own interests. You a drug dealer might be, or a drug smoking. Because those two people in this world don't know what the hell they're doing. In America, they will lock them up. They will get locked up. In America, they will those. If you do those two things, my friend, Wilkid Balsino tell you, if you're Asian, whatever color are you, I'm telling you, you go get locked up one way and another.
Out input mode.
What stressed me out, who to help?
Out input mode.
How you go know which one on them when you don't know you're not a doctor? The problem is those dumb salabobis don't vote. Especially in America, they probably long you get a you can't even vote. Lord, this world is complicated, my friend. If you live in Haiti right now, I know. Me, I was born I kill something, my friend. Yo, I was born I kill something. And yo, I want to show you my mother and my father. I'm not ashamed of them. Can you see them? They make me wire. They own a farm. They own a farm over there. My father was an engineer in agriculture. And for us, for me, it never be a problem for food. To tell you the truth, for me, food it never be a problem. I figure that when I come live in America, even in America though, when I come live in them, my uncle is never be a problem with food. But it's those two people. Because my father was an engineer in agriculture, and all he do is food, food, food. That's why I know, my friend. I know little bit about every. I go the farm, them farm. I go off only. That's why I know how to drive tractor. I know how to drive all those damn things. Jesus, Lord, help America, help American people, Lord. When I come here, I'm living in America. I'm not poor. I kill somebody. I phone my friend. Look at my mom, my mother, and my father picture. Jesus, Lord, have mercy on this country. Oh, those people. Everything you see in the back of my head is those two people, my mother and my father, my friend, who feeds me.
Out input mode.
Do your best in whatever you do. Do your best in whatever you do. Will keep back. Say period. You cannot be successful. That's why I'm a business advisor. Because they deal with dummy. Those dummy people, this drugs, marking that whatever they are. People who vote for Republicans, people don't know what they stand for. My friend, I don't give a fuck if you're a fucking millionaire. You vote for Republican. You don't know. Probably if you don't care about killing, drug dealing, all those kind of shit. That's what you do to make you your money. Yeah, you vote for Republican. It's the truth from heart. But remember, my friend, Jesus Christ at the last minute, when he can destroy all, right now if it wasn't my time, I would say all those salable beats. They don't do that. His last breath, he say, Lord, forgive them because they don't know what they're doing. That was Jesus Christ. And all most of those salable beats making money on Jesus Christ's name. They do. They're making money on Jesus. That's why Republican, especially Republican in America, that's why they do. They make money. they create a little, yeah, oh, people doing it. What you stand for? Do you stand for Jesus Christ? Love your brothers and sisters as you love yourself. Do to them as you want them to do for you. Do you stand for that? So why you wasting money on Jesus Christ's name? That's why he died for. That's why Will Keep Vasilo died for. If you would come get me, you know where I am. I know you know where I am. I don't give a fuck. But I'm gonna get my message out. The message is love your brothers and sisters as you love yourself. Do to them as you want them to do for you. Period.
Out input mode. Out input mode.
If you're a Christian anywhere in America, you want to get Republican out of power, my friend, don't it. Go, am I? Because nobody support me. Even Democrats don't support me yet. But I don't need their help. I don't need their help, my friend. All I need is a camera to make sure, because in America, when you're black, you don't know when they cannot do, and be careful. Make sure you don't live in a drug place, people, where people selling drugs and they get a wage and then they come and kill you. Be careful who you dating. Be careful of what your wife is. If you get a wife who gonna tell you, my friend, I'm not coming to you there. The message of the day is love your brothers and sisters as you love yourself. White, black, Chinese, whatever Caucasian, whatever color are they, my friend. Love your brothers and sisters as you love yourself. Do to them as you want them to do for you. I think that's what Jesus Christ at the last minute he raised his head up. He asked God, please forgive them. Those people was pressing me. Pressing. My friend, those people do crazy. That was Republican, my friend. They put the person. They do that in black people. Now they try to do it to Vietnamese. They try to do it for all the
Out
people
input
who
mode.
come here and pay taxes, where they
Out
make their
input
living.
mode.
Jesus, Lord, have mercy. Lord, please give me wisdom. Lord, please give me understanding. Lord, please give me knowledge. Lord, please show me your way. Jesus, Lord, have mercy.
question, Corinne. It's wonderful to be on with you. I wish we had the answer, but I think it's important to recognize this is historic because we only have 3 seats. We're one of 435 House. Of course, I have 2 senators. And
The message of the day
by an incredible congressional delegation.
today
Thank you, I used to work for Congressman Welch,
August
for
8,
Senator Sanders as well. But
2022 is love your brothers and sisters as you love yourself. Your brother will keep Valsinos in the mark, my friend.
I think this is really a question about what the future of Vermont is going to look like. We continue to say, as one of the oldest states in the nation, we're a small state, we're a rural state. We have a shrinking workforce and population, something I've worked to address with Lieutenant Governor. But it's really about how effective our federal delegation is in Washington. And we've been so lucky to have leaders like Senator Leahy, obviously being the chair of the appropriations
input moda.
But he always keeps Vermont
input moda.
broadband access.
Input moda.
Water and sewer infrastructure, which is so desperately needed as we work to build more housing. Always thinking about our farmers and food producers. We're a big dairy and ag state, as you may know. And what Vermonters expect is someone who's going to work across the aisle, build the strongest coalitions, and really deliver for the state day in and day out. And there's been a lot of questions about this race and Senator getting involved and Senator Leahy getting involved. But what I think listeners and Vermonters and certainly Americans need to know is that we need pragmatic leaders now, leaders who are going to deliver for rural states, deliver for Vermont, and get things done for the American people.
But do you think those endorsements matter? What do you make, for example, of Elizabeth Warren's decision to back you in 2020 when you ran for lieutenant governor, but back your opponent in this race?
Well, I think my opponent's a progressive. She's been endorsed by the Congressional Progressive Caucus, Congressman Jayapal, of course, Senator Sanders. There's 1.7, I think it's maybe
input moda.
See what the day brings, but at least 1.6, 1.7 million
input moda.
into Vermont from outside groups.
Input moda.
Trying to truly buy an election here in the state to elect
input moda.
As a member of the squad. But Vermonters won't be bought.
Input moda.
We always
input moda.
We put politics aside. We have one of the most popular Republican governors in the nation. I've been working with him as lieutenant governor. And I trust that tomorrow when Vermonters go to the polls, they'll be thinking about pragmatism. They'll be thinking about the deep needs of our state. And they're going to elect the person who's going to do the best work for Vermont.
As we said, this is an overwhelmingly Democratic state. Would you say now that Joe Biden should be the party's nominee in 2024?
Oh, it's too early to say. I mean, right now, I'm honestly focused on getting through tomorrow and polls opening at 7 a.m. and closing at 7 p.m. and getting every Vermonter out to vote. But what I do feel really proud about and what I know we've benefited from here in the state is focused leadership that is thinking about infrastructure, broadband access. The Inflation Reduction Act is going to be huge for us as a small rural state. And whether it's Joe Biden in the White House next term or someone as pragmatic and thoughtful, they will have my support.
We only have 30 seconds left, but specifically, what will the new legislation mean for Vermont? How will it impact your state?
We have a lot of Vermonters.
Your body will get Valsinos, they mark my point. For all your carpet and upholstery cleaning service, call or text 413-351-5132 for Massachusetts. For Connecticut, 860-200-2349. Commercial and residential. Period.
Prescription drugs every single day. So it's a massive effort, and it's a good example of the leadership style that I'll bring to Congress as Vermont's first congresswoman, building the strongest coalitions, getting things done. That's what Vermonters deserve, and that's what the American people deserve.
Lieutenant Governor Molly Gray, thank you. And thank you all for watching. Kristen Walker will be back tomorrow with more Meet the Press Now, and she will be joined by Rebecca Balance, the other leading Democratic candidate in that Vermont primary. NBC News Now coverage continues with Tom Costello in for Hallie Jackson right now. Top of the hour, we are coming on the air with a promise of more help to Kentucky. But President Biden seen the damage from this devastating floods firsthand. Just as Senate Democrats backing new measures to help the climate, but the state is facing even more rain. We're going to track what's going to hit. Plus, two of the men who murdered Ahmaud Arbery are getting a second life sentence. This time for federal hate crime. This reaction we're getting outside the courthouse later today. While in Indiana, companies are now pushing back on that state's near total abortion ban, as more employers are offering fertility benefits to families. How big tech is using that to keep workers from leaving the legislature. Plus, we promised this on Friday, and then breaking news got in the way. We're bringing it to you today. A trip inside the metaverse on how folks are trying to bring activism to the virtual world. And Mike Tyson is putting Hulu on the ropes, accusing the streamer of stealing his wife's story in a new show. We navigate the murky legal waters of these unauthorized biopics. And we're mourning the loss of an icon, Olivia Newton-John, why she meant so much to so many. And that's later in the show. Hey there, I'm Tom Costello in for Hallie Jackson today, just one day after Democrats laid out unprecedented funds to fight climate change. Today, President Biden is getting a first-hand look at just how badly the climate is impacting communities. With a visit to Kentucky, to survey the damage from devastating flooding that could get worse with more rain this week. Here's the President and First Lady with Governor Andy Beshear in Lost Creek. At least 37 people have died in the floods. The President says we are all suffering the consequences of these weather catastrophes, but we can do more to help.
Out input mode up. Out input mode up.
I promise you, we're staying, the federal government, along with the state and county, in the city.
Out input mode up.
Yeah, the rivers are still overflowing.
Out input mode up.
As much as 10.5 inches of rain. Boats have had to fight to rescue more than
Out input mode up.
100 people. We're going to see here many streets are still barely accessible to get help in, and the homes that are still standing, most don't have any electricity or running water. Those that do have water under boil water advisory, those orders in effect. The president is pledging to keep sending Kentucky help as much as the state needs. And more broadly, more help could be coming after the Senate passed the Inflation Reduction Act, which should include $369 billion to address the climate, the largest ever. We are diving deeper into the details of this bill with State Sahil Kapoor in just a second, but we're going to begin now with the forecast and Bill Clarence. Bill, can we start also with Monica Alvin, who's outside the White House? So, Monica, talk us through now more what the president saw when he said on this visit there to Kentucky.
Tom, the president and first lady saw some of the hardest hit communities on their visit today. They went to an elementary school. They visited the site of a school bus that was crashed into a partially collapsed building.
Do you want a clean carpet and upholstery that's why in 1 hour or less? Call or text right now. Call or text right now. You want to live in a win-win-win place? Call or text right now. 413-351-5132. 860-200-2349 for all your carpet and upholstery cleaning service needs. Area work, oriental work. If it's carpet and upholstery later, whatever it is, will top quality carpet and upholstery can get it clean, and we guarantee it to dry in 1 hour or less. Period.
Which again aren't over potentially with other storm and weather concerns on the way. So the president and the governor, they're talking about just how hard Kentucky has been hit in the last year and everything that's going on in terms of the state, local, and federal coordination to get people the help that they need. And then, yes, the president did tie that in to the Inflation Reduction Act and all those millions of dollars that are going to go towards climate resilience. That was one of his main messages today while visiting the devastated region.
Yeah, it's just unbelievably devastating. This is also a moment, though, that highlights his agenda success with this climate measure, and it's part of a hot streak the president has put on right now after his agenda looked doomed for much rest of the year, right?
Exactly, Tom. When you asked the White House a couple of months ago what they were thinking about these key provisions, they were not super optimistic. A lot of these negotiations were going on behind the scenes, and the White House really says they kind of took on a fight club mentality where they said, we learned our lesson, we talked too much about the negotiations when they weren't working, so we're going to try a different tack, and we're not going to be so
For my
public about the
community,
negotiations.
the message is: do you want to love your brothers and sisters?
President who wanted to be personally
Help
involved
them when they need help. If you know a joke at it, get him some help. If you know whatever problem he get, help him out. That's what Jesus Christ was all about. That's why Jesus Christ is all that about. Helping people who need help. That's why Wilkid Balsino is all about helping people who need help, my friend. Do to them as you want them to do for you.
In the upcoming weeks, but it's also managing expectations to say, we hope it's going to help people. You may not see it immediately, but down the road, and that seems to be the White House's message right now.
Save them.
Monica, thank you. Monica Hall at the White House. Let's now go to Sahil Kapoor, who's on Capitol Hill.
Chicopee Police, I hope you get that.
This Friday, and it's more than just climate spending, right? There are also big wins for Democrats in this measure when it comes down to health care and tax reform.
That's right, Tom. It is expected to pass the House of Representatives this Friday. And in terms of the policy matters, yes, Democrats, many of them are touting the fact that this is the largest investment in combating climate change in American history. But there are other items as well that go directly to Americans' pocketbooks, specifically on health care. There's a major prescription drug pricing component, the centerpiece of which is a $2,000 out-of-pocket cost for Medicare patients. Annually, there's a provision in here that empowers Medicare to directly negotiate drug prices with the pharmaceutical industry. It's a popular provision. Let's put this poll on the screen. 83% of Americans, according to a Kaiser Family Foundation, announced a nonpartisan poll last fall, support Medicare negotiating drug prices. Only 16%
Those people, they need help. And most of the time, they don't tell you they need help. Chicopee Police notices is no way Wilkid Balsino will know about that.
At no point in the near future are Americans going to see a premium hike notice in the mail as a result of
Do
drying up.
you want a clean carpet and upholstery? That's why in less than 1 hour or less, call or text us right now. Call or text right now for Western Massachusetts. 413-351-5132. 860-200-2349 for all your carpet and upholstery cleaning service needs. Period.
So for Democrats, this care economy, programs like paid family leave, also for Republicans, they're blocking a measure that could have capped insulin spending for people with diabetes. I don't get that one. Can you explain why the Republicans are capping the insulin payments for people?
Sure, let's take the first one first. On the care economy front, there are a host of safety net provisions like paid family leave, child care, the child tax credit payments, hundreds of dollars every month that parents of young kids were getting. That's not going to be in here. None of those provisions were included, in large part because Senator Joe mentioned, believes they should be done separately through the normal 60-vote process, that they shouldn't go through reconciliation, which essentially means that it's not going to happen because Republicans have no desire to play ball on those items. But nevertheless, Democrats needed a vote, and they removed those provisions from the Build Back Better Act. Now, as far as insulin goes, the bill does include a $35 cap on insulin for Medicare patients, but it does not include that $35 cap for non-Medicare patients. Democrats have tried to include that for the private market as well, but Republicans mounted a challenge under the arcane Senate rules of this budget.
The message of the day is love your brothers and sisters as you love yourself. Do to them as you want them to do for you. Period. That's why Wilkid Balsino sent for Wilkid Balsino will die for it. Period.
Provision capping insulin prices at that level. Let's have a listen to what Senator Chuck Schumer, the Democratic majority leader, had to say.
When we When we come back in September, we're going to test them again. We're going to do a live in August and try to get the 60 votes for this $35 cap for non-Medicare people.
In other words, Democrats see this as a winning political issue if they don't get the victory. They're going to try to put Republicans back on the spot.
All right, Sawhill, thank you very much. Sawhill, the tour who was there on Capitol Hill. It's not just Kentucky getting hit by heavy rains. We're seeing it all over the country right now. Look at Death Valley, which got an inch and a half of rain. It may not sound like much, but in one of the driest places on earth, it makes it the second wettest dry, maybe the second wettest day, I think to say, in the last century. About 1,000 people got stranded. You see here cars trapped in the debris from floods. And in my hometown of Denver, Colorado, at one point, 4 inches fell in just an hour. You see cars just trying to power through the highways after rain there was just overflowing. Bill Cameron joins me now. So, Bill, there could be more rain coming of all places to Kentucky. Where else would we potentially see it? And what would the flooding situation look like?
Yeah, now the concern with Kentucky is going to be tomorrow. So that's going to be, I'm not going to say it's going to be really, really bad, but there's a potential that we are going to see flash flooding. We'll be exactly in the same spots that they had the horrific flooding. Hopefully not, but we'll have to monitor that tomorrow. Those are the map, and you can see all the heaviest rain is avoiding Kentucky right now, so that's good. But there's a lot of heavy rain south of St. Louis. This area has been very saturated, heading down towards the Ozarks, northern Arkansas. That's our greatest concern for flash flooding as we go through the season. We did have a flash flood warning around the Beltway in D.C. on the northeast corner. And here's the map for tomorrow. So the areas of blue is a marginal risk for flash flooding. When we get it into the darker blue, and that includes the Nashville area, Lexington, almost all of Kentucky. That's where the concern is. Again, it'll be tomorrow afternoon, tomorrow evening. We are under a flash flood watch. There's going to be slow-moving thunderstorms that could train over the same location. So it's not unheard of in those scenarios. You can get a quick 4 to 6 inches, and of course, some of the rivers are already pretty high, and you get the idea. So here's 8 p.m. tonight. Storms around entering Indianapolis, heading for Cincinnati. They die off tomorrow, and then they pop up over this region by about tomorrow afternoon. So this time tomorrow, we'll be tracking likely some strong storms and flash flooding in the region. Widespread, 1 to 2 inches.
Hello, this is Winter Quality Carpet in the posty. How can I help you?
Yeah, and that means flight delays. Real quickly, we've also got relentless heat. It's
Motherfucker, what not did the show up?
Washington, D.C., right? 55 million people under heat alerts.
The end is finally
The show, motherfucker. I take care of yours.
The heat so much, it's just the humidity is just stifling it. What we call air you can wear. So 53 million people under heat advisories from Little Rock to Greenville to Jackson, Mississippi, still under heat advisory New York City to Boston to Hartford, and a section of the Pacific Northwest is going to get pretty warm. How hot is it right now? Central Park, New York at 92. Again, this is just the temperature in the shade. Dallas is at 100, Shreveport's at 99. So more typical summer weather from Dallas all the way to Atlanta, but it's really in the Northeast what's been exceptionally hot. Not often you get this many days in the mid-90s in Albany or also in Boston. Philly right now is at 95. A few lucky spots that cooled off because of the rain, like D.C., are a little lower than that, but it still feels like 92 in D.C. Look at that. Philly, we're going to run the steps like Rocky. 103 it feels like right now.
No, that's a typo. It felt like 320 degrees today at lunchtime, Bill. I'm just saying, all right. Bill Carrick, thank you very much. Just before we came on the air tonight, we got the last of the sentences for the 3 men convicted of federal hate crimes in the killing of Ahmaud Arbery, Travis McMichael and his father, Gregory McMichael, both given a second life sentence, and their neighbor, William Roddy Ryan, just
You think you can, because I'm a black guy, you think you can, nego, motherfucker, sure, nego, I call you a fucking nego. Sure. You don't got no business to be here. You see what you go get. Fail.
The 3 men were found guilty in February in a federal case that followed a state trial last fall, where all 3 men were convicted.
When I say nego, I don't care if you're white, black, Chinese, whatever, because America don't know. They give them a little bit change and they became that. When I say negos, I call white, black, Chinese, whatever fucking color are you.
was about how the judge came to
I
this ruling.
call you Negroes because that's why white supremacists usually used to call us. Wilkid Balsino is in the mic.
Sunsets and guidelines, there was really little drama about whether it would be white or not, because the crime was so heinous. And this is a federal hate crime, and this is the sentence that it carries. So there was little drama in that. There was a lot of drama in that the defendants were pushing to be able to serve their time in a federal prison because they were fearful of being in a state prison. They said that their lives would be in danger, that they were constantly threatened, that they were already receiving death threats. But the judge rejected that, saying
Dealing
essentially that they
crackhead
have to serve their time in state
people
prison
is
first,
hard
and then federal
because
prison
God
before
teach us to
sentences
love
run
our
together.
brothers and sisters
Bottom line
as we
is,
love ourselves.
every
Do to
individual
them
must
as
live
you want them to
properly,
do
must
for
live
you.
in jail.
That's why Wilkid Balsino is all about, my friend.
At this point.
Love your brothers and sisters as you love yourself. Do to them as you want them to do for you. Period.
And they left the courthouse today
That's why
feeling, they said, satisfied.
we'll stop quality carpet and upholstery cleaning services all about. That's why hashtag will tap quality is all about. Love your brothers and sisters as you love yourself. Do to them as you want them to do for you. I die for that.
Decades from now,
Period.
did the calculation thinking that he might be able to be released when he's 90 years old, some 35 years from now, because there's no parole in the federal system. He did not get a life sentence. The judge did see that there was some distinction between what he did and what the McMichaels did, especially the fact that Brian did not have a firearm, did not have a weapon, and the other, the McMichaels, did. That was one big difference. And remember, Brian was the one who, the third person to join the chase, while the other two were hunting Aubrey down. But again, so life sentences.
Well, you let them go get
The
his
judge was
shit
very
out.
stern, saying she was going to follow the book. She was not going to
And I will. The next time, I will let them get your ass out.
Brian saying to the family of Aubrey that he was sorry about what happened. Reverend McMichael, a little bit more vague in what he was trying to say, saying that their loss was incalculable and
Nigga, I help you when you need help. If you can't be helped,
directly to his son, who was also
God help you out. I will keep the vaccine okay. But God always can help us out.
life sentences for
He take the
2
course.
25 years for the third. They'll be like for the
Niggas,
Ron, thank you very much on that one. Tonight we are learning more about 4 Muslim men murdered in Albuquerque, New Mexico. What police say they were likely targeted killings. The latest attack happening just this past Friday. A 25-year-old man from Pakistan. In the last 2 weeks, 2 others were also killed, also from Pakistan. The first attack that could be connected to all of this was actually back in November. Authorities released this poster asking for help IDing this car. You're seeing on the screen right now. They say it was seen near the scene of the killings. The brother of the man who was killed in November says all of this violence is really getting to people there. Everybody's scared. They're saying you're not a team anymore. Some people, they already want to leave the city. President Biden has responded to the latest developments, saying that he's angered and saddened by these horrific killings. Juan Venegas is in Albuquerque for us. Juan, police not going so far as to say that this is a serial killing situation yet. What leads are they following right now, and what more do we know about the victim?
do you love your brothers and sisters as you love yourself? Do to them as you want them to do for you? If you do, hashtag will tap quality. Follow Wilkid Balsino. Put a period on it, my friend. Love your brothers and sisters as you love yourself. Do to them as you want them to do for you. Period. That's what Wilkid Balsino is all about. Then that's why Wilkid Balsino cannot die for. Period.
Authorities are not sharing more details about this investigation. They shared the photo that you showed of that vehicle of interest, asking the public for their help. And also, we know that the FBI is involved with local and state police, one, to try to continue with the investigation, but also to make people feel a little safer as they continue investigating what or who the person or persons are that have caused this. Hey, Quan, some people I understand in Albuquerque, in that Muslim community, that's so scared that this could be a serial killer that they don't even want to leave their home for groceries right now. So, what else is that community saying? Right, Tom. So some of these men, well, all four of them were killed in the same general area of Albuquerque. This is an area closer to the southeast part of the city. We spoke with the family of one of them who told us that he was shot near their apartment just down the street where his kids walked by. So he's scared for his family to walk down that street. In fact, he said he was scared to go out in a balcony. We also spoke with community leaders, the head of this Islamic center where we're at now, who told us that the community is just in fear for their lives. Here's part of the conversation that I had with them. Okay, devastated, reflected a lot of the community. It's hard to feel a sense of helplessness there. The whole world is flipped upside down.
Your boy, the Wilkes Balsino is at the market, 274 Coast Street, second floor. I own the old building. The building, I bought it, is belong to me, my friend. I try to help poor people in America. It was not like that. It was not like that, my friend. Your boy, the Wilkes Balsino, is in the market. The love is love your brothers and sisters as you love yourself. You do them as you want them to do for you. Prayer.
All have spoken on the incident, so it's got the attention of authorities at every level of government. And all we've received from authorities at this point is the information on that vehicle. There's also a website where members of the community can upload photos and videos that could help to arrest and a conviction. And now there's a reward that has been growing throughout the day. It is up to $30,000 for any information that could lead to an arrest and a conviction. Also, there's a message being sent out by authorities to the community saying that there's more patrol units in a lot of these areas, and there's extra help from authorities to make the community members, the members of this Muslim community in Albuquerque, feel a little safer as they continue with this investigation, Tom. All right, Guad, thank you very much. Guad Venegas in Albuquerque for us. We have some sad news to report. The beloved actress and singer Olivia Newton-John has died at the age of 73. Her husband posted the news on her official Facebook page earlier today, saying she passed away peacefully at her home in Southern California. Newton-John is best known for her starring role as Sandy in Grease. Her co-star John Travolta paid tribute to her on Instagram, saying her impact was, quote, incredible. She publicly battled breast cancer for decades. Katie Beck takes a look back at her life and career.
She stole America's heart as Sandy. The Aussie good girl dancing and singing beside John Travolta in Grease. Among the most successful movie musicals ever made, her career as a singer started years before as a child growing up in Australia. By the 70s, Newton-John, now an accomplished singer, making solo albums and her way to the United States. The song Let Me Be There from her third album earned the first of 4 Grammys for Newton-John. More country and pop hits would follow. Newton-John attempted her musical film success again with Xanadu. That film wasn't a hit.
Hello, this is Will. How can I help you?
In the early 80s, the good girl from Grease tried a different look. Her steamy physical top charts for 10 consecutive weeks.
How can I help you? Bitch, the different quality.
And in 1992, life took a frightening turn. Newton-John was diagnosed with breast cancer. After chemotherapy, homeopathy, and a partial mastectomy, she recovered. Newton-John's purpose and passion became cancer. Channeled to her music. The woman inspiration, hopefully, to fight the fight, raising money, and later opening the Cancer and Wellness Center in Australia. In addition to cancer, Newton-John became an advocate for the environment and animal rights, and kept singing. In 2017, she halted her tour when she announced her cancer had returned, this time to her lower spine. Newton John leaves behind her husband, John Easterling, and her daughter, Chloe, from her first marriage. After a 5-decade career, her legacy as timeless as her songs. Katie Beck, NBC News.
And she was universally loved. We'll be right back.
Do you want a clean carpet and upholstery that's why in 1 hour? What I mean is, area work cleaning, oriental work cleaning, carpet wall to wall cleaning.
Because it's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think.
I don't care if it's Hilton Hotel, Marriott Hotel, whatever it is, will top quality can get your carpet and upholstery clean and dry in 1 hour, whatever it is, or whatever it is. Call or text right now. 413-351-5132.
The Fed raises interest rates. That controls inflation. Explain how that works. Is part of this that
Thomas Associates.
making their job, their relationship, their employees?
For Connecticut, 860-200-2349. Period, my friend. Will stock quality carpet and upholstery can get your carpet clean and dry in 1 hour or less. Period.
Howie Jackson now. Weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now. The day's biggest political stories with trusted insight now and expert analysis now. A daily look at the politics behind the headlines. Meet the press now. Streaming weekdays at 4 p.m. on NBC News Now.
You will open the door for so many people. I love working with people. I think I created it for myself. Hello! Linda, you put a smile on every single face. You feel like Christmas on my birthday or something.
Your boy the will get Balsinos and they mark my friend screaming live.
You don't know when your moment's coming, but when it does, you take it.
Back now on News Now, we told you that the January 6th committee wants to hear from the GOP nominee for governor in Pennsylvania, Doug Mastriani. Well, tomorrow he will appear for a deposition in front of the January 6th committee, that according to his attorney. Now, importantly here, Mastriano was subpoenaed by the committee for documents, which he has provided and has agreed to sit for an interview, but the meeting is expected to be short. His attorney says there is a dispute about the terms of his appearance. Now, Mastriano was seen outside the Capitol on January 6th and sent letters urging lawmakers and the DOJ to overturn the 2020 election results. Primary day in battleground Wisconsin tomorrow is setting up yet another test of the future of the Republican Party. The big race there, the GOP nomination for governor. The two leading candidates don't have large differences on any one policy issue. The biggest split actually comes from their endorsements. Former President Trump is throwing his support behind construction businessman Jim Michaels. Trump even held a rally for him over the weekend. Former Vice President Mike Pence and former Wisconsin Governor Scott Walker are backing the state's former Lieutenant Governor Rebecca Clayfish. NBC's Shaq Brewster is there.
Hi there, Tom. I've been talking to Republican voters
here in the state of Wisconsin all day long. And I'll tell you, they tell me they are stressed, they are confused. Some of them are not planning to make a decision until they hit the voting booth tomorrow. And that's because you have national politicians weighing into what they should do here at the local level. This is all about the Republican voters deciding on who they want to take on Democratic Governor Tony Evers. On one side, you have Tim Michaels. He is someone who is an outsider. He is a construction executive, and he's been backed by former President Donald Trump. On the other side, you have Rebecca Clayton. She's backed by Vice President Mike Pence and the former governor of Wisconsin, Scott Walker. I want you to listen to some of those conversations I've been having with voters who are still trying to make those final decisions. I'm going to vote for the non-politician because I know what the last non-politician did for us as a country, so I'm going to vote for Michaels. I'm probably leaning towards this Rebecca. I'm not that big of a fan of Trump. I'm going to go with Trump. That's my thing. We're going with what Trump suggests. Yeah, go with Scott Walker. Yeah. The primary race that will have national implications, especially when you look at election laws here in this battleground state. The state that President Trump won by some 27,000 votes. The state that President Biden won by 21,000 votes. And in this state, you've seen the Republican legislature pass more than a dozen bills that would change election laws, that would put new restrictions on elections, but they've been blocked by the Democratic governor. You have both candidates on the Republican side saying that they would happily sign some of that legislation that's been blocked. So this is not just about what happens in November, but it could be about what happens in 2024. All right, Shaq, thank you very much. Let's get you now over to the 5 things, our key things you really should know about tonight. Number one, after days of violence, a ceasefire between Israel and Palestinian militants appears to be holding.
Hey, Anthony!
After at least 2,000 people died, hundreds of others were injured. Israel has been striking targets in
Oh,
Gaza.
you here?
Two leaders of the Palestinian.
What are you trying to do?
Yeah, I'm gonna take a share.
Oh,
Going to a rehab.
oh,
Yeah,
Ma,
I don't live right.
Ma, I love you. Me, I love those guys, but he tell me his girlfriend kicked him
That's
out.
his girlfriend. She kicked him out because he's a drug. This is his daughter. Little girl.
That's what he tell me when he come in. Me, I love people.
Yeah.
I go to church.
Yeah.
My family.
I'm very religious. I have
I had people in there. He
Yeah.
called me, tell me, oh, my girlfriend kicked me out. I don't have nowhere to go. Please help me out.
Yeah. He's got good people. I'm a good mother. She's a very good
Ma,
woman.
God bless you.
Yes.
To tell you the truth, we all gonna go out of this war. Well, somewhere we're gonna go.
That's right.
If we do right, it's gonna follow us. To tell you the truth, that's why I want to go by. Wicked plans, that's why I want to go by that. Help people who need push me in the head. When he come here, he say, oh my God, but you kicked me out.
Yeah, sad story. He didn't tell you that I kicked him out. I kicked him out after
Jesus, Lord, have mercy.
Today, the family of Gabby Petito is announcing a new $50 million loan.
Do you have any gloves?
Oh, no, I don't have any. Yeah. In America, those days, you don't know who to help. Jesus, you don't know who to help, my friend. White, black, chance. Until you find out who they are. That's why Jesus Christ was living in those days. If Jesus Christ was living in those days, we will know what is black, white. So to help, your body will get Valsinos and the mark, my friend, screaming life. The message of the day is love your brothers and sisters as you love yourself. Do to them as you want them to do for you. Period, my friends. We can all do that. White, black, Chinese, Haitian, whatever color are you, this world will be a better world today. It will be no Republican. Or if you're not a millionaire, they're not gonna support you. If you're not a millionaire, they're not gonna support you. My friend, if you cannot go vote, just vote for people who vote for your interest, people who want to help you. Like what just happened today at 274 Coral Street. I was trying to help this guy. But when people on drugs, my friend, mother, father can't help them out. And the system make it harder to get help them. I know because this mother will not have to come here to get this guy here help. The system is fucked up, my friend. I don't make it up. He's not a paid actress. I know how the mother feel before he had to come here. For me, that's all I want. I wanted to go on the street, go die. Somebody might shot him, and that's why I let him in. Jesus, Lord, have mercy on the world. Jesus, Lord, have mercy on the world. Ma,
Two companies with a huge presence in Indiana are criticizing that state's new abortion law that's set to go into effect next month. Eli Lilly, the pharmaceutical giant with over 10,000 employees there, says it's actually planning future.
Ma, can you call me and say the word of your son?
That's big, considering the company has
Because I thought he was that's the one that
Cummins, engine manufacturing company that employs
and I wouldn't want to help him
it
out.
says it opposes the law, adding that it's going to make it really hard to attract and retain top talent in Indiana. The law was signed Friday by the
I know, you give me all the paperwork that's why can you come out? Come in, ma. Come on. No, yeah, don't worry about that. You get the key because I give him the key. I never give you the key.
Well, Tom, as you mentioned, this is about the ability to attract and retain employees.
And he's not. If you want to give him back money, he needs to give it to me because I am not having him. I'm trying to get him in a rehab. If he doesn't go to a rehab, I'm going to section his ass because I've sectioned him 5 years ago and he's going to go to jail. He will have to get clean.
Ma, you don't need to go. I know. Me, you see, I'm black.
Yeah, but I don't see black.
Ma, I know. Me, I don't see black when I'm talking to you.
Yeah.
To tell
I
you
see
the truth,
Jamaican man.
I'm with it. No,
What are
I'm
you?
Haitian.
Ah, hey.
I don't see black.
Oh my God, I'm in
I
love.
see people.
Yeah,
I
that's how I have a Haitian guy that I'm in love with at bingo, and he talks. He says, "Well, he talks like you."
I don't see no black. I see people.
Yeah, I'm like that.
But when this guy come to me say, "Oh, my girlfriend kicked me out, man," I walk and he give me his page stuff. He walk.
Yeah,
I know. That's why I say, man, it's those kind of people who want to help.
yeah, exactly. But when someone's in the no matter what I say, I'm a very good mom. The kid's 40 years old. He's not even a kid. He's a man.
He's a man. Yeah, I know.
For
but
me, it's a pity.
when they end drug, is nothing you can do.
No, and that's my
That's
daughter.
the problem.
See, I have two daughters. I have two other kids. One works for the police. She works at the jail. She's a counselor. She knows what TJ does. She said they get in a loop. And now I think whatever he's doing has other drugs in it, like methamphetamine, because he's hallucinating. He thinks that there's a girl that comes down and gets under that bed. There's a mattress under that bed. That bed fell down. He hallucinates. That's his freaking
I
problem.
know that is problem because me, I don't. Most of the time, people I have me, I don't care if you white, black, Chinese, whatever color,
Yeah, my husband's
because I got room here. If I get those two rooms, if it's empty, if somebody need help,
yeah,
I think God bless me.
yes,
I kill some GI for my IT. God bless me, I can help
help someone
somebody,
else. Yes,
help somebody else. When he called me, was man, my girlfriend kicked me out. Eh,
sad story.
yeah, it's sad story. I say he never get that all the money. He give me 325. He supposed to get
He
650
didn't give you money the other day.
weekday.
The other day he said he gave you the rest of the money.
Yeah, he did.
Okay,
He did. That's he did. That's he did.
okay.
That's he did. He never lie
And then he
about that.
told me that you said it's okay if he drugs here. And
Drug.
I said, dude, he doesn't even want you smoking cigarettes. I guarantee he doesn't know. But he hides in that room. He took the closet down, closet door, and he barricades that door because he thinks that people are after him. That's a psychosis. That's not good. So he's either going to get in rehab.
Man, that's why you don't know who to help. White, black, Chinese people like me. I'm a business guy.
Yeah.
People call me for that's my
Yeah.
business card. People call me for all kind of
Yeah,
stuff.
my son-in-law cleans.
But when somebody call you, it's like he hear me come here because I got room. I got those two rooms. My father is in the next room.
Yeah.
My father, yeah.
He lives here?
Yeah, you want to see him?
Yeah.
let, me, let me see you, Pop.
He's got a cute petite.
Yeah. But he's little Nazi. He's Nazi, but no. But he's my father. You know?
Analysts predict 20% more Americans will quit their jobs this year, and tech workers are famously difficult to keep around.
There is very often a criticism of companies for just treating diversity and inclusion as a number
Yeah,
game,
but he's old.
through the door.
Sometimes I do my best to help him out. Take care, old.
Beyond that,
He's not that key. I'm your friend. Me, I haven't gotten through it.
I want to be here as long as I can and grow the company.
It's my father.
A company paying for its employees' efforts to have kids.
Yeah, coming out. Stop coming out. Okay, so it's me. Coming out.
My parents,
Coming out.
sense
Coming out.
when I told them,
Yeah.
like,
Come.
it was in the middle of a shop, though. I didn't know this was a thing that could
This
be.
is my father. Hey, buddy, you not like that. But he get money.
Why do you think it's worth it to a company like this to pay?
My pop got money.
Because
Well, he did.
focused on getting money, it has become famous.
It's my pop.
Kelly's benefits seem to have done its job. I'm really grateful because,
Pop.
actually,
You need to clean up.
it used to be that
Yeah, I'm up. Now, get in the shower, Pop. You see what I tell you? You see what I tell you, Pop? Get in the shower. Nice clothes. I bought you. I went out and bought those clothes to make you look good.
fertility benefits may be a sign that the industry and its workforce are growing up.
Get in there, Pop. But because that one boy, I don't have time. You get money, you get your own thing. You understand what I'm saying? You get money and you get your own thing. Because me, I have to work. If I don't have nothing, especially I'm black. No.
That's actually right now. I mean, it's a really
No.
extreme question.
Pop, you got to think the name. You probably, he's not, you know. He's not, he's not. You know, running around, but he's your father. You know, all that.
People are incentivized.
This is my problem. But this woman is fucking there. Hey.
Now, of course,
He needs it. I can't do. He probably can find me like you have. But he's dead. No, he's a man. No, okay. Probably he was in Vietnam War.
It'll be interesting to see if that.
Yeah, he was in Vietnam War.
Jake, thank you, Jake Ward. Telling you something you didn't know. Thank you very much. Coming up, why people are protesting the inside.
No, yeah. Don't forget that. But Pop never did before. Pop only thing you Pop do is not. To tell you the truth, I know Pop. The only thing you don't want to clean. That's it. He got to get that shit out of his way. People they want to go on the walk. He go to walk. He go to walk and the woman go on the walk. Oh, but my pop, come here. I probably get very good hooked up, but you get to take shower. I bought you clothes. I bought you nice clothes. That you're good hooked up. Come on. The pop that money. He's alright. Come on. But see, you don't want to clean. I don't know how to get in there. You probably can do it. You do? Oh, you get your own way? Oh, okay. Yeah. That's good. Oh, yeah, amazing. Yeah, but my pop, he's not, he don't want to please, he don't want to do things. But he take care of me though. He take care of me, so I want to clean. That's why.
At 73, Prince Charles.
Yeah. And there is people got out sweating. He used to be over there because he tell me. And I don't be in the weekend. I tell you this is the man. I got to be in the weekend. That's the my age. Yeah. Yeah. But they didn't have fun. You know, it was like, you didn't get it so much. Okay. You didn't have. You really didn't have. I don't want to deal with that bullshit here. I love people, white, black, Chinese, whatever, but I don't want to deal with that bullshit.
Officials there have been urging people who live in the area to get vaccinated before the other they aren't already. They say the virus has been found in some wastewater samples in two neighboring counties north of New York City, and warned that one confirmed case could be quote the tip of the iceberg. From our West Coast Bureau, the National Park Service says more human remains were found at Lake Mead near Las Vegas this weekend. It's the country's largest reservoir, and investigators think they're finding potentially decades old remains there because of the lake's receding water line. Now, at just a quarter of its capacity, look at that. 4 septic remains have been discovered just since May. Okay, as advertised, we're taking you inside the metaverse and really an immersive.
You bought the wicked Balsinos, the mark, my friend, screaming live. Whatever. The message is love your brothers and sisters as you love yourself. Do to them as you want them to do for you. White, black, Chinese, whatever color. That's why Jesus Christ died for, my friend. The last breath. Before he take the last breath, he will bring his head up and say, Lord, please forgive them because they don't know what they're doing. That's why Wilkid Balsino is all about, and that's why Wilkid Balsino cannot die for. Period.
We did way better than I thought we were going to in terms of people participating and being able to log in, being able to receive the wearable.
The demonstration of nearly 40 people took place in Decentraland, right here in Samsung.
Messages love your brothers and sisters, white, black, Chinese, whatever color are you, my friend. You have to love your brothers and sisters. Do to them as you want them to do for you. This is the message. This is the message Jesus Christ died for. This is the message Wilkid Balsino want to die for. It's hard, but it wasn't easy for Jesus Christ. He did it. That's why Jesus Christ's name is above every name in the world. That's why Jesus Christ's name is above every name in the world. Is love your brothers and sisters as you love yourself. Do to them as you want them to do for you. Pay.
I think that has that equally impacted us, similarly happening in the physical world.
Social protests, mobilization plays a really big role in the physical world. Do you foresee it becoming a big part of the metaverse as well?
I think it could be a good alternative for not being able to protest in the physical world because it comes with too much risk.
My friend, I kill some iPhone. The message is he don't worry about race. His love brothers and sisters, white, black, Chinese, whatever color are they, just love them. Love your brothers and sisters as you love yourself. Do to them as you want them to do. When they need help, always be there. That's why Jesus Christ always be there to help them. And that's why Wilkid Balsino want to die for my friend. My friend, if I die for that cause, I'm good.
That grim digital reality might be around the corner, but for now, groups like Halfway are more concerned about another hurdle for metaverse protests, the knowledge gap.
It was always a little bit difficult for me to get into that world because it's a very different language, different codes, and I'm not a very technical person.
Inez Piso entered the metaverse for the first time last January to join the protest in Decentraland. She says Halfway trained everyone for more than 2 hours on how to navigate the space, something the group says they'll continue to do ahead of any future projects.
That was maybe more than the movement itself. That was the power of that day.
Issa Gutierrez, NBC News.
Issa, thank you. When we come back, Mike Tyson says heads will roll for a new Hulu series based on his life. How he's hitting back at the streamer. Coming up next.
My friend, when you were Haitian, I kill some GI phone.
Anyone who saw something to come forward.
He try to have white, black, Chinese, whatever color are them. Somebody called me, my girlfriend kicked me out with Sadie's story. If you know Jesus, you're going to try to help them out. Jesus. Can you help anybody in America?
We're here to start a conversation because it's not my job to tell people what's the best. My job is to say hello. Now tonight, Joshua Johnson, we play today on NBC News.
These days, it feels like the news never stops. So let's get into it. What's happening right now? What it all means for you for an hour every day. It can be hard to keep up, so let's get started.
His girlfriend is right here, right now, and his mother. I know it's the truth. People try to destroy a black Haitian, but they're not gonna succeed. All I do is help people who need help. I don't want you to go die in this street. I don't want you to go die in the street if you come me. I do, but at least give you nice place to take a shower and be nice. But people doing drugs, my friend, even your mother, father can help him out. But that's what Jesus was. When you let Jesus take over, my friend, you find out early. You find out early who those people is. I never know. That's why let God lead you, my friend. Let wisdom, understanding, knowledge show you your way. When you pray, ask God, God, please show me your way. God, please show me your way. Teach me, give me wisdom, give me understanding, give me knowledge, my friend. And when you let God do that, you'll be all right. You'll be all right, my friend. You'll be all right. Message of the day: love your brothers and sisters as you love yourself. Do to them as you want them to do for you. White, black, Chinese, whatever color are they. Great.
Tyson has been in the public eye for decades, a boxing star, a heavyweight champ, a celebrity marriage,
Yeah,
a
that's it.
controversial figure, but that all makes him a humble figure, right? So does that mean Google can do this without his permission? With limitations, they cannot publish false statements about Iron Mike Tyson.
Yeah, right. He's a kitchen there.
Publishing false statements, but was essentially going to have to pay.
Ma, I need to live, me and my daughter. I have my daughter, I will with me there. Yeah. She live here. She live over there in that next way. Yeah, that's why we do that. But I get all those stuff there. Because me and my daughter used to live here in my
It is a very tricky area of the law, and unfortunately, plaintiffs
Are you going to pay him?
it can be very expensive.
I don't have to pay me. He need to pay me. Police, police was here.
Yeah, because he told me that if you should have receipts that you constantly try to throw people out, get people out, you told me you were going to give them money, you told me you were going to give them money back. Either way, I have family working in the court, so it doesn't matter.
When you go to the court, like I tell you what I tell you. Just remember what I told you. I'm going to give him half. Usually, I don't even do that.
Yeah, but you can get that money to me because he's never coming back here. I don't want him here, I don't need him around you. He's like, if you think he deserves all the money, no.
I'm going to give you half of the money. Yeah, because usually I don't do that.
Yes. Cop told me though, that you have issues with the victim people like that. That's not how the court rolls.
Do I everything? Do I have the money everything? You know, that's why I have problem with those people over there because I'm black.
Right,
I don't have no problem with that. I do everything like that.
Listen, I don't care.
Let them just go in and do it because they know they can't do it because they know. Like I tell you, I don't talk to Chidi because I find out he's a fucking local. He's local, we have problems. Like I tell you, I don't usually do that. But if I can save all the trauma,
You can't say any drama because
I'm gonna give you half.
yeah, like the cop is being an asshole to me. My daughter works for him in the county. I can have
For
that
me, they know because you got to get camera every time you do the cops and I mean.
yeah, I don't like cops.
But no, but they do sometimes though.
Yeah.
Like with him,
No,
they
they
do.
weren't because I've been calling them for 3 days, telling them to do a welfare check. You should have kept me and that girl up all night while he's struggling.
And he tell me his girlfriend just kicked him out. He don't have no place to live. That's why God people in America, when you feel bad for
She
people.
threw him out. I felt bad and I took him in.
But that's what he tell me. He's got control mouth. He don't have no place to sleep.
No, I threw him out. I was the one who threw him out.
He never tell me that. That's what he tell me.
Yeah, no, that's what he's saying. He sticks by his story.
But the cops, me, they know they will keep it. Let's go to whatever. Me, I'm not black. I'm Asian.
Yeah.
Let them come.
I thought you were Jamaican.
No, I'm not.
But
I'm
you're
Asian.
French.
Let them.
It's French, right?
Vous parlez français aussi?
Yeah.
Moi, je parle français.
Please.
Je parle français. I speak five languages. Yeah. But I don't care about the salary, which they come here, they act stupid, that's why the camera to expose them.
You got cameras, right?
Oh, I got camera all over. They
Did
know.
you see PJ act weird? You didn't see him acting weird?
That's why, because on Friday, I left because he moved in Friday. And I say, I check my camera, I never see him act away.
Yeah, I told him. Everybody has cameras.
Yeah, I got camera. I tell them I got camera where you see this one not there.
Yeah, I told him.
Yeah, I got camera everywhere because in those demons, white, black, they don't have camera. Somebody police kill you, they go say, oh, he was trying to kill me. You don't have no gun in your hand.
TJ was thinking people were after him.
But me, I know. I go through those shit all the time. I go through those shit all the time. Especially with police.
In Lost Creek. At least 37 people have died in the floods. The president says we are all suffering the consequences of these weather catastrophes, but we can do more to help. The weather may be out of our control for now, but it's not beyond our control. And I promise you, we're staying, the federal government, along with the state and counties, beyond the city, we're staying until everybody's back to where they were. Yeah, the rivers are still overflowing after the 48-hour stretch that saw as much as 10.5 inches of rain. Boats have had to fight to rescue more than 1,300 people. We're going to see here many streets are still barely passable to get help in, and the homes that are still standing, most don't have any electricity or running water. Those that do have water under a boil water advisory. Those orders in effect. The president is pledging to keep sending
Dad.
help as much as
I think maybe.
and more broadly, more help could be coming. And after the inflation reduction package, which should include 369.
So when he moved all this stuff in, because it was on Friday,
Yep.
they give me this sad story.
Yep, that's what he does. Drug addicts lie. They're fucking liars.
And so, Jesus, Lord, help me.
Yeah.
Tom, the president and first lady saw some of the hardest hit communities on their visit today. They went to an elementary school. They visited the site of a school bus that was crashed into a partially collapsed building. They met with community leaders, and their message was a simple one. They said, we are not leaving until everybody gets the help that they need here, pledging that the federal government would really help when it comes to covering the entire cost of debris removal and other emergency measures. And the president has approved a disaster declaration that now exceeds $3 million going towards this very lengthy recovery process. And it was notable Governor Beshear there standing next to the president was talking about how it's only been a month since he was in Mayfield, Kentucky, where the first home was finished being built since those devastating tornadoes last December. And now here they find themselves in another horrible natural disaster from these floods, which again aren't over potentially with others.
My friend, you can't have people here. You don't know who to help. You basically don't know who to help. Black, white, they basically the same way. Jesus, Lord, have mercy.
The Inflation Reduction Act and all those millions of dollars that are going to go towards climate resilience.
My friend, I kill some GI phone.
Today, all visiting the devastated region.
Yeah, it's just unbelievably devastating. This is also multiple.
When you go normal, what you have?
With this climate measure, and it's part of a
God,
concert the president has put on.
give me wisdom, understanding, and knowledge. Show me your way.
Exactly, Tom. When you asked the White House a couple of months ago what they were thinking about these key provisions, they were not super optimistic. A lot of these negotiations were going on behind the scenes, and the White House really says they kind of took on a fight club mentality where they said, we learned our lesson, we talked too much about the negotiations when they weren't working, so we're going to try a different tack, and we're not going to be so public about the negotiations as the talks continued, and that strategy seems to have paid off. For the president who wanted to be personally involved, of course, given all his years as a U.S. Senator, he thought, I want to be in the mix on these conversations, but then he was the one to admit that doing that sometimes actually backfires. He let the senators be senators in his words, and the White House is pointing to these very strong job numbers, gas prices.
Hold on, tell them I'm run away. Leaving your mom for the time to run away. Where's he at?
These wins going into the midterm elections, giving them some momentum, but of course, the
Or if you have any problem, you can always call me.
clearly on voters' minds, and that's why the president is touting this new legislation that he expects to pass in the upcoming weeks, but it's also raising expectations.
If you have any problem, you can always call me.
You may not see it immediately, but down the road.
Michael, don't shit on his camera.
Monica, thank you. Monica Hall at the White House. Let's now go to Sahil Kapoor, who's on Capitol Hill. Sahil, the House is going to vote on this bill this Friday, and it's more than just climate spending, right? There are also big wins for Democrats in this measure when it comes down to health care and tax reform.
That's right, Tom. It is expected to pass the House of Representatives this Friday, and in terms of the
Like I say, my friend, in Haiti I from, I have white, black, Chinese, whatever color are they. When you live in America, my friend, those days, even my daughter tell me, she tell me, you can't help those people. They don't need help. But I know Jesus help people who need help. I want to die that way, my friend. I don't follow my daughter. I don't follow Jesus. When people need help, you help them out. And that's why Wicked Balsino is all about. Put a period on it, my friend. Hashtag Wilta Quality.
there's an extension, a 3-year extension of Affordable Care Act subsidies that goes through 2025, making sure that at no point in the near future are Americans going to see a premium hike notice in the mail as a result of drying up subsidies under the American Rescue Plan. And then on the issue of taxes, the centerpiece of the revenue provision is a $15 corporate minimum tax, making sure that corporations, who pay less than a current corporate tax of 21%, can't pay as little as some corporations pay, which is zero.
You can tell it's August in the Capitol. There's nobody behind you right now. So I'll tell you what, though, there are some things in this bill that may not be
Right?
So for Democrats, this care
I'm giving my
Republicans, they're blocking a measure that could have capped insulin spending for people with diabetes. I don't get that one. Can you explain why the Republicans are capping the insulin payments for people?
Sure, let's take the first one first. On the care economy front, there are a host of safety net provisions like paid family leave, child care, the child tax credit payments, hundreds of dollars every month that parents or kids were getting. That's not going to be in here. None of those provisions were included. The large part that Senator Joe mentioned believes they should be done separately through the normal
They're going to get you up there and shout because I want to get yours out.
Nevertheless, Democrats made it vote, and they removed those provisions from the Build Back Better Act. Now, as far as insulin goes, the bill does include a $35 cap on insulin for Medicare patients, but it does not include that $35 cap for non-Medicare patients. Democrats have tried to include that for the private market as well, but Republicans mounted a challenge under the arcane Senate rules of this budget process, and they were successful. The parliamentarians said that provision is not budgetary in nature. It is designed to affect behavior more than it is to change the contours of federal taxation and spending. It was removed. Democrats tried again through the normal 60-vote process to get that added in, but Republicans blocked it. Why they did? Well, they weren't particularly
want to make sure you come here and walk.
Provision
Yeah, you walk.
at that level. Let's have a listen to what Senator Shreve, the Democratic Majority Leader, had.
When we come back in September, we're going to test them again. We're going to do a lot of heat markets. We're going to try to get down to 60 votes for this $35 cap for non-Medicare people.
In other words, Democrats see this as a winning political issue if they don't get the victory. They're going to try to put Republicans back on the spot.
All right, Sawhill, thank you very much. Sawhill, the cool who was there on Capitol Hill. It's not just Kentucky getting hit by heavy rains. We're seeing it all over the country right now. Look at Death Valley, which got an inch and a half of rain. It may not sound like much.
System starting up.
Places on Earth makes it the second wettest dry, makes it the second wettest damp, you would say, in the last century. About 1,000 people got stranded. You see here cars trapped in the debris from floods. And in my hometown of Denver, Colorado, at 1.4 inches fell in just an hour. You see cars just trying to power through the highways after rain there was just overflowing. Bill Caron joins me now. So, Bill, there could be more rain coming of all places to Kentucky. Where else could we potentially see it? And what would the flooding situation look like?
Yeah, the concern with Kentucky is going to be tomorrow. So that's going to be, I'm not going to say it's going to be really, really bad, but there's a potential that we are going to see flash flooding. Will it be exactly in the same spots as they had the horrific flooding? Hopefully not. We'll have to monitor that tomorrow. So look at the map, and you can see all the heaviest rain is avoiding Kentucky right now. So that's good. But there's a lot of heavy rain south of St. Louis. This area has been very saturated heading down towards the Ozarks, northern Arkansas. That's our greatest concern for flash flooding as we go through this evening. We did a flash flood warning.
Your boy, the Wilkid Valsino, is the mark, my friend, screaming live.
So the areas of blue is a marginal risk.
Message of the day: love your brothers and sisters as you love yourself. Do to them as you want them to do for you. Pay you. White, black, Chinese, whatever color. Love your brothers and sisters as you love yourself. Do to them as you want them to do for you.
4 to 6 inches, and of course the rivers are already pretty high, and you get the idea. So here's 8 p.m. tonight, storms around and entering Indianapolis, heading for Cincinnati. They die off tomorrow, and then they pop up over this region by about tomorrow afternoon. So this time tomorrow we'll be tracking likely some strong storms and flash flooding in the region. Widespread 1 to 2 inches, but again, it's those isolated thunderstorms that we're most concerned with now.
Yeah, and that means flight delays. Real quickly, we've also got relentless heat. It's just hotter than heck here in Washington.
Your boy, the Wilkid Valsino, is in the mark, my friend, swimming live.
The end is finally in sight. I mean, especially the humidity. I think most people are at the point that they don't mind the heat so much. It's just the humidity is just stifling. It's what we call air you can wear. So 53 million people under heat advisories. New York, Mississippi, still under heat advisories. New York City to Boston to Hartford, and a section of the Pacific Northwest is going to get pretty warm. How hot is it right now? Central Park, New York at 92. Again, this is just the temperature in the shade. Dallas is at 100. Shreveport's at 99. So more typical summer weather from Dallas all the way to Atlanta, but it's really in the Northeast where it's been exceptionally hot. Not often you get this many days in the mid 90s in Albany or also in Boston. Philly right now is at 95. A few lucky spots that cooled off because of the rain, like DC, are a little lower than that, but it still feels like 92 in DC. Look at that. Philly, we're going to run the
But
steps
to
of
get
the
away from the fucking drama, it was I don't want the drama.
It felt like 320 degrees.
I don't want that damn drama. That's why I'm gonna give me half of my money.
Thank you very much. Just before we came on the air tonight, we got the last of the sentences for the 3 men convicted of federal hate crimes for the killing of Ahmaud Arbery, Travis McMichael and his father, Gregory McMichael, both given a second life sentence, and their neighbor, William Roddy Ryan, just sentenced to
Okay,
25
I'm done.
years. The attorney for the Arbery.
You get everything out, man. All right.
We are satisfied. The court is done. Everything is power to uphold justice.
Yeah, like I say, he paid. When he come in, he paid
3 something.
325. I'm gonna give you half of that. I'm gonna write you a check.
Yeah, but listen, he gave you 325 and then another 300, right?
He never give me no other 300. He say he will give it to me today.
Yeah, but he told me he gave it to you on
Saturday.
Yeah, he said that Saturday he gave you the rest of the money.
No, he never did it.
You said that to me over there, though. I said, did he ever pay you the second half? And you said, yeah.
But he never did. Yeah, that's why you see, read the receipt you get in your hand.
I got the first receipt.
That's the
And he
receipt.
said he left money on the table.
What
And
table?
and he hid in his room. I don't know. So here's your keys.
But I'm no. I'm gonna give you half of the 325 you give me. I'm gonna write you a check because me, whatever I do, I want God to see I do it with
Okay,
my heart.
I gotta go get him.
All right, but make sure you don't come back here.
He doesn't have a key.
If you come back here,
Call the cops.
yeah, that's what I will do. But I'm gonna give you. Let me see if I get. No, I'm gonna give you a check.
I'd rather have cash.
I'm gonna give you a check on my business.
Yeah, but I'm on Social Security. I can't take personal check
Why can you?
because it costs with how much money I get. You don't have cash?
No, I don't have to know.
Come on.
I don't care cash. Yo, do you have a cash app?
Yeah,
You have that?
I have PayPal, Cash App, and
Oh, if you have that,
I have Venmo.
oh
You got Venmo?
no, I have
Cash
cash.
App.
I use cash app. I use
All right,
cash app.
I'll give you my name.
No, go on www Valsino and go and request.
Yeah, but okay, go to who?
Go do W Valsino on cash app.
How do I do this?
You let her do it. She probably know better. Sometimes I don't know how to do it. My daughter do it.
W what?
W Valsino. Hashtag W Valsino on cash app.
Hashtag that for that.
And I can
What's the hashtag?
dollar sign W Valsino.
$W. Val.
Sino. VAL. Seriously?
VAL.
CINORD.
RD.
Yeah.
I think it was the W then the Cash App. Is it W then that sign?
No, ma. Let's
Isn't it?
no, let her do it.
She just did it. Did it come
All
up?
right. Dollar sign.
Dollar sign
Okay.
W
W.
Valsino.
Just spell it, please. V.
ALCINORD.
There's nothing coming up.
I don't know why you don't come up. W Valsino. Dollar sign W Valsino. Because I get my cash app. That's the way I receive most of my payment.
VALCIN.
No, CIN.
N.
N as a Nancy.
Yes.
OL.
OLD.
No, ORD.
Yeah.
Is that right?
You're seeing on the screen right now. We're seeing here the scene of the killings. The brother of the man who was killed in November says all of this violence is really getting to people there.
No, it's not. You got to go to W. Okay.
W then hashtag whatever that.
Dollar sign Wilkid Valsino.
I don't know.
Well.
I must spell it for you.
Why don't you write it down?
All right. Dollar sign.
Wilkid
Yup.
WILKID Valsino. VALCINORD.
Nothing's coming out.
I really don't know why, because that's the way I receive most of my payment. Because I can pay you that way.
What is your phone number?
My phone number is 413 business phone number or my
Whatever you use for your Cash App.
413 351 5132.
351.
5132.
Yeah.
insurers asking the public
That one?
for their help. And also, we know that the FBI is involved with local and state police. One, to try to continue with the investigation, but also
Yeah, exactly.
people.
There you got
Okay,
it.
now how do I ask for money? How much money is
That's
there?
all you got to
Okay,
request.
how much?
Request it. He give me He give me
325.
325. I'm gonna give you half of it. I probably don't even need to give it to you, but to get rid of all the drama,
So 115?
yes.
Okay.
Request that and I send it to you.
Now, know that if he gave you that money, he's gonna try to come back here. If he gave you that other 325,
He do give it to me. That's what you see. I
no,
give him
the
the receipt.
second 25,
The
325.
second money. Did he give you two money?
He don't do it.
So if he comes here, call the cops.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, I requested it so you can hit it.
What? Yeah. Okay. Yeah. I'm gonna see how much you request, and then I send
It
it.
says 115.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah.
How's that?
So, man, give me the key.
Listen, half of
150.
he gave.
No, he give me 225.
So what's half 325? 150, 60, 70, 172.
That's why he give me in Friday.
172, 50.
Read the receipt.
Yes.
I put
So
say
half of
deposit.
Half of this is 170, 250.
How much more?
115.
Let me go. No, or 325. Let me go on my phone. Let me go. Yeah. Now I want to deal with that drama.
Right, so we know that you've got the FBI working with local police. We know that the governor and the mayor, in fact, as you mentioned, President Biden, all have spoken on the incident. So it's got the attention of authorities at every level of government. And all we've received from authorities at this point is the information on that vehicle.
Hey Siri, what is the half of 325?
160, 250 minus 150, 47.
Yeah, I already get it. This thing is easy with new technology.
Okay, so I requested all of it in two separate ones.
What do you mean two separate ones?
Because she put 115 by accident. So she added the rest to even out for the three.
So there's two, and it's half of 325.
But I know what
just
I
did
know
the
what
math
I'm
on
gonna
my
get.
phone.
What I can have to do. I know.
Okay.
Yeah, but nothing out. Give me the key, man. And then if you come in,
Call the cops.
call the cop.
Yep.
Yeah, and then we done. Yeah.
Thank you.
You're welcome. God bless you.
Starring role as Sandy in Greece. Her co-star John Travolta paid tribute to her on Instagram, saying her impact was, quote, incredible. She publicly battled breast cancer for decades. Katie Beck takes a look back at her life and career.
She stole America's heart as Sandy. The Aussie good girl dancing and singing beside John Travolta in Greece. Among the most successful movie musicals ever made, her career as a singer started years before as a child growing up in Australia. By the 70s, Newton-John, now an accomplished singer, making solo albums and her way to the United States. The song Let Me Be There from her third album earned the first of 4 Grammys for Newton-John. More country and pop hits would follow. Newton-John attempted her musical film success again with Xanadu. That film wasn't a hit. In the early 80s, the good girl from Greece tried a different look. Her steamy, physical, top charts for 10 consecutive weeks. It's hers because that was so low at the time. And so nothing now. And in 1992, life took a frightening turn. Newton-John was diagnosed with breast cancer. After chemotherapy, homeopathy, and a partial mastectomy, she recovered. Newton-John's purpose and passion in pain cancer. Channeled to her music, give women inspiration, hopefully, to fight the fight, raising money, and later opening a cancer and wellness center in Australia. In addition to cancer, Newton-John became an advocate for the environment and animal rights, and kept singing. In 2017, she halted her tour when she announced her cancer had returned, this time to her lower spine. Newton John leaves behind her husband, John Easterman, and her daughter, Chloe, from her first marriage. After a 5-decade career, her legacy as timeless as her song. Katie Beck, NBC News.
And she was universally loved. We'll be right back.
Hey, Dad, come on us out. Any questions, Chris?
I'm good. Thanks, Mom. There you go. One new inhaler.
You got my refill too?
Maybe.
There goes there.
A lifesaver.
Healthier is managing all your family's prescriptions in one app. CVS Pharmacy. Healthier happens together.
What do you love about fatherhood? The chaos, the learning, the carnage, all the good stuff.
What's your message to girls who want to make a difference in their own community? They need a new person.
Dateline News podcast. Listen now.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand, so we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition. The day's biggest political stories with trusted insight now and expert analysis now. A daily look at the politics behind the headlines. Meet the press now. Streaming weekdays at 4 p.m. on NBC News Now. We're here to start conversations because it's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to say, come on, what to tell you now tonight with Joshua Jones. Weeknight today on NBC News Now. Here's what's happening. The day's biggest political stories with trusted insight now and expert analysis now. A daily look at the politics behind the headlines. Meet the press now. Streaming weekdays at 4 p.m. on NBC News Now.
Welcome back to today. We have a lot to celebrate on this Wednesday morning. It's good to have you along with us.
We don't know when your moment's coming, but when it does, you take it.
Everybody, Top story with Tom Collins is your news playlist on NBC News Now. And now, you can listen to it as a podcast, available anytime and anywhere. Back now on News Now, we told you that the January 6th committee wants to hear from the GOP nominee for governor of Pennsylvania, Bill Mastriani. Well, tomorrow he will appear for a deposition in front of the January 6th committee, that according to his attorney. Now, hopefully here, Mastriano was subpoenaed by the committee for documents, which he has provided and has agreed to sit for an interview, but the meeting is expected to be short. His attorney says there is a dispute about the terms of his appearance. Now, Mastriano was seen outside the Capitol on January 6th and sent letters urging lawmakers and the DOJ to overturn the 2020 election results. Primary day in battleground Wisconsin tomorrow is setting up yet another test of the future of the Republican Party. The big race there, the GOP nomination for governor. The two leading candidates still have large differences on any one policy issue. The biggest split actually comes from their endorsements. Former President Trump is throwing his support behind construction businessman Tim Michels. Trump even held a rally for him over the weekend. While former Vice President Mike Pence and former Wisconsin Governor Scott Walker are backing the state's former Lieutenant Governor Rebecca Crayfish. NBC's Shaq Brewster was there. there, Tom. I've been talking to Republican voters here in the state of Wisconsin all day long, and I'll tell you, they tell me they are stressed, they are confused. Some of them are not planning to make a decision until they hit the voting booth tomorrow, and that's because you have national politicians weighing into what they should do here at the local level. This is all about the Republican voters deciding on who they want to take on Democratic Governor Tony Evers. On one side, you have Tim Michaels. He is someone who is an outsider. He is a construction executive, and he's been backed by former President Donald Trump. On the other side, you have Rebecca Clayfish. She's backed by Vice President Mike Pence and the former governor of Wisconsin, Scott Walker. I want you to listen to some of those conversations I've been having with voters who are still trying to make those final decisions. I'm going to go for the non-politician because I know what the last non-politician did for us as a country. So I'm going to go for Michaels. I'm probably leaning towards this Rebecca. I'm not that big of a fan of Trump. I'm going to go with Trump. That's my thing. You're going with what Trump suggests. Over Scott Walker. Yeah. And this is the primary race that will have national implications, especially when you look at election laws here in this battleground state. It's a state that President Trump won by some 27,000 votes, a state that President Biden won by 21,000 votes. And in this state, you've seen the Republican legislature pass more than a dozen bills that would change election laws, that would put new restrictions on elections, but they've been blocked by the Democratic governor. You have both candidates on the Republican side saying that they would happily sign some of that legislation that's been blocked. So this is not just about what happens in November, but it could be about what happens in 2024. Tom? All right, Shaq, thank you very much. Let's get you now over to the 5 things our team thinks you really should know about tonight. Number one, after days of violence, a ceasefire between Israel and Palestinian militants appears to be holding. Now, the truth came after at least 2,000 people died, hundreds of others were injured. Israel has been striking targets in Gaza, killing 2 leaders of the Palestinian Islamic Jihad group. Number two, Cuban firefighters are battling a massive fire at an oil storage facility about 100 miles from Havana. At least one person has been killed, 125 injured. Listen to this, more than a dozen firefighters have been reported missing. Lightning struck one of the tanks there on Friday. A second tank caught fire on Saturday, another one today. Mexico and Venezuela have sent special teams to fight the fires. Number three, according to the flight tracking website Flight Aware, roughly 600 U.S. flights have been canceled today.
These are seriously low.
Those are just the numbers coming out a very tough weekend where more than 1,500 flights were canceled and at least 13,000 delayed. 2 of the affected airlines, American and Southwest, really blaming the rough summer weather for those disruptions. Number 4, Pfizer says it started a late-stage trial testing its line of disease vaccine. It's making it with the French pharmaceutical company called Viva. Right now, there are no vaccines for the disease available in the U.S. The CDC says that infects.
Don't feel sorry for people. They don't feel sorry for people. So the people who feel sorry for it, they want to go even drama.
He won 2 Pulitzer Prizes for his deeply researched presidential
They want to go
biography.
even drama.
Another one, John Adams, I think, will get that voice. Today, the family of Gabby Petito is announcing a new $50 million wrongful death suit against Utah's Moab City Police Department, accusing the department of failing to protect her. Now, her case made headlines for weeks. Petito was found dead last September after a cross-country trip with her fiancé, Brian Laundrie. You may recall that he was also found dead, but he admitted to killing her in writings found after his death. The suit centers around a police encounter in Utah from last August with Petito and Laundrie shortly before she died. An independent review found that officers made a number of mistakes, calling it more of an emotional outbreak instead of domestic violence. The police department did not immediately respond to NBC News' request for comment today. Lawyers for the family, though, say that had the officers been properly trained, and if in fact they had responded to the training properly, they would have known Gabby Petito was a victim of intimate partner violence and needed help. Still to come, Indiana's new abortion ban is facing backlash not only from supporters of abortion rights, but also businesses in the state. How some employers are now speaking out. Stay with us for that. We're here to start a conversation about the big things happening in our world. Because it's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me. Now tonight is Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknight today on NBC News now. As we look out over the latest city and you see the things might be Good morning, I'm Joe Fryer.
And I'm Savannah Summers right now on One News Now.
Today on top of the breaking situation in Ukraine,
We're looking dangerously this week with Russian. I mean, is that where we're headed? Is there anywhere to avoid that?
One News Now. Streaming on weekdays on Saturday.
These days, it feels like the news is never stops. So let's get into it. What's happening right now? What it all means for you for an hour every day. It can be hard to keep up, so let's get started together.
Howard Jackson now. Weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
These are our missing daughters and sons.
We need anyone who saw something to come forward.
She was wearing a black jacket and black top.
But we're on Dateline, Missing in America. Listen now for recommended podcasts.
Listen, Dateline's news podcast. Listen now.
Back now, and two companies with a huge presence in Indiana are criticizing that state's new abortion law that's set to come into effect next month. Eli Lilly, the pharmaceutical giant with over 10,000 employees there, says it's actually planning future growth outside of Indiana because of the law. That's big, considering the company has been there for over 145 years. There's also Cummins, an engine manufacturing company that employs about 10,000 people. It says it opposes the law, adding that it's going to make it really hard to attract and retain top talent in Indiana. The law was signed Friday by Republican Governor Eric Holcomb, banning abortions unless a pregnant woman's life is at risk, and it does include exceptions for rape and incest. NBC's Antonia Hilton joins us now with more. Antonia, it was just a few days ago the abortion bill was signed. What more do we know now about how these companies plan to not only speak out but act out?
Well, Tom, as you mentioned, this is about the ability to attract and retain employees. I mean, that's because abortion isn't just a women's issue. It's going to affect families and family planning and people's decision making about what state they want to move to or live in. And, you know, the state of Indiana is surrounded by places like Illinois and Michigan where abortion services, at this time at least, remain available. And I think it's possible we're going to see leadership in some of those other states court corporations like Eli Lilly or Cummins, as you mentioned, because they're going to try to be competitive in this. And so this is about sending a signal to your current employees, to your future employees, but it's also, of course, about consumers too, right? A signal to them about where they stand on this issue, because the majority of Americans support access to abortion. And so they see this as potentially wildly unpopular and eventually having an effect on their ability to properly run their companies in the state of Indiana, Tom.
Well, this is a very red state, of course. Eli Lilly, of course, is a huge player there, as we have seen. What reaction do we expect from the state to these companies making these comments?
Well, you mentioned that it's a red state, but I think it's important, right, to put it in contrast with what we just saw happen in Kansas. Even in red states, there's still major support for abortion. So in Kansas, overwhelmingly, people rejected a move to try to further restrict abortion. And so there's concern that, in Indiana, this wasn't a public referendum. It's not that everybody got to go to the polls and have their voice heard on this issue. Lawmakers took issue or took steps to now regulate this themselves. So that's what people are going to be concerned about in terms of fallout as we head toward elections, but also in terms of fallout in terms of relationship with employers. And when you look at what these employers, Eli Lilly and Cummins, have said to their current employees, it's that they already tried talking to lawmakers. And so, Tom, what I think that suggests haven't been heard at this time, but they're certainly going to end up back at the table because one indication that we got is that this fight isn't really over even in the state of Indiana. There are some Republicans who feel that this didn't go far enough. They didn't want any exceptions available at all. And then, of course, there are Democrats who are looking at both their legal and their political options to get this law off the books now, Tom.
Yeah, Antonia, thank you very much. Antonia Hilton. And now for today's original in-depth reporting on a topic that we've been keeping an eye on. We've just been talking about how reproductive health care has increasingly become a hot button topic for some companies, and we're now starting to see more and more of them offer fertility benefits to their employees. We've all heard about the reputation of the tech world and their employment perks, the snacks, the on-site haircuts, free oil changes for your car. But with the great resignation in full swing, it's become hard for companies to hang on to their people. And so now we're seeing egg freezing, IVF, and others emerging as a whole new category of benefits up for grabs. Jake Ward has the story from California.
As he settled into a new job, Matt Kelly and his wife were struggling to have a second child.
My wife and I, our challenges were never specifically with having her getting pregnant. It was with keeping the baby through the pregnancy. My wife and I endured through several miscarriages.
But his employer, Workada, like many tech companies, offers fertility benefits that reimburse employees for the cost of adoption, IVF, and other procedures.
I think about somebody in the same position in, say, the 1950s at a major company who would keep this entirely private, would be suffering struggle from struggle. When you think about people in your role,
Hello, good afternoon. This is Will. How can I help you?
what a different world that must have been. Yeah, that's true. It's one of those things where I think
If you don't need carpet in the upholstery cleaning service, my friend, please don't call us. Please do us a favor. Don't call us. You a hacker? Whatever you are, please don't call this number. This number is all about carpet and upholstery cleaning service.
So I think this is a good example of a company that HR department's trying to think beyond that. I had jumped to a couple companies more than I had liked in the last year and a half.
For Haley Johnson, Workada's fertility benefits offer her and her wife a reason to stay.
It's been a no-brainer that I want to be here as long as I can and grow the company.
It's a pretty cutting-edge idea. A company paying for its employees' efforts to have kids.
Is there anybody you explain this to who's been like, what? They do what? Really? They pay for that?
Yeah, my parents, I think they had that sense of relief just like I did. When I told them, they were like, it was just in a bit of a shock of, I didn't know this was a thing that could be a benefit. The women that I speak to that are taking advantage of this, I think it makes them feel valued. It makes them feel that their employer is committed to them over the long term.
Why do you think it's worth it to a company like this to pay for this sort of benefit?
Workada isn't focused on churning and burning,
Which is a common thing instead of
It absolutely is.
Now, Kelly's benefits seem to have done its job.
I'm very grateful because, actually, my wife currently, we're pregnant with twins.
It used to be that on top of big salaries, dorm room entertainment, free snacks, and beer was enough to draw a young person into the company.
I love the fact that in our industry we're able to play ping pong, right? But by all means, this is something that impacts a person's life for generations to come.
Fertility benefits may be a sign that the industry and its workforce are growing up.
Boy, Jake, we are really rewriting the way that employers interact with employees here, right? That traditional tension between work and family. So how does this play out then? I mean, if employers are going to be a heck of a lot more accepting, encouraging of families, then that might make things a little bit easier for women in the workplace. What are your thoughts and what are you hearing?
That's absolutely right, Tom. I mean, it's a really interesting question. I mean, if you think back to the 1950s and the first few decades in which women were in any way able to come into the workforce, there was this sort of devil bargain where they had to trade their best years for starting a family for the chance to be in the workplace. That was a terrible thing across the industry, and yet we're now in this weird place where because tech talent is so scarce, these companies are creating this incentive that just turns it all on its head. People are incentivized to stay at a particular company and incentivized to be able to have a family. Now, of course, it's important to note here, Tom, that all this comes as the United States remains one of a few developed nations in the world to not at all offer federal paid family leave. But the fact that the private sector is stepping
interesting to see if that moves beyond Silicon Valley to the rest of the country. Jay, thank you. Coming up, why people are protesting inside the metaverse and the impact it could have in the physical world too. We'll be right back.
Only for sporting.
Two things are going. Liberty Mutual customizing the car insurance, so you take it. And if anyone objects to this marriage, Kevin, no, not today. Only they. Liberty, 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 liberty. I know it's escape me, right? I know
The factory is down for making kitchen pots of lethal items. There's an intense artillery battle underway between Ukrainian forces and Russian troops.
Breaking news this morning.
the heartbreak, the grief, and the tears that we have seen here are all tragically familiar. Once later, a school officer on campus, because that's what we've been told.
The shooting is once again reigniting the debate over gun laws. The highest profile races yet this year. We are talking elections in a battleground state.
The official contribution of let's zoom out a bit to our change in climate. What do we think that the new normal is going to be? That's a promising news this morning about the rollout of COVID vaccines for children under 5.
Have you seen a demand for mental health services increase among Latinos? It's time for another honest conversation about Latinos and Asian Americans. If people look at happy side neighborhood, aren't the only ones experiencing what they call environmental injustice.
We're here to try to start conversation. A lot to talk about as we continue our rolling coverage.
We're on the air with the news. NBC's truth.
Bringing the news to you is not only a job, it's an honor.
No,
It's the best kind of morning. The body them. What do you love about Father's Day?
The chaos, the learning, is climate change one of your top priorities?
What's your message to girls who want to make a difference in their own community?
We're here to start a conversation about the big things happening in our world. Because it's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell them. Now tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknight today on NBC News Now. NBC News covers hundreds of stories each day, and because you couldn't possibly read, watch, or listen to all of them, our bureau teams have done it for all of us. And this is what they tell us is happening in their region. It's a segment we call the local. From our Midwest Bureau, Cincinnati police say 9 people were hurt in a mass shooting there on Sunday. They're still searching for suspects. None of the victims had life-threatening injuries. Investigators say the shooting happened in a popular downtown area after argument between 2 different groups. From our Northeast Bureau, the CDC has deployed a small team to New York to investigate a polio case in one county that left the man paralyzed and to help with vaccination efforts. Health officials there have been urging people who live in the area to get vaccinated for polio if they aren't already. They say the virus has been found in some wastewater samples in 2 neighboring counties north of New York City and warns that one confirmed case could be, quote, the tip of the iceberg. For our West Coast Bureau, the National Forest Service says more people remain near Las Vegas this weekend. It's the country's largest reservoir, and investigators think they're finding potentially decades-old remains there because of the lake's receding water line. Now, at just a quarter of its capacity, look at that. 4 remains have been discovered just since May. Okay, as advertised, we're taking you inside the metaverse and really an immersive virtual world that has endless possibilities. As more people enter various metaverse spaces, some folks are experimenting with how to bring activism into the metaverse. One group even organized a protest to get their message out. NBC's East Gutierrez tells the story.
Oh, whoa, this is my first outfit change in the metaverse. It's a custom NFT, one of only 48. And unlike other NFTs, it didn't cost thousands of dollars. It's free and was created by Halfway, A group of collaborators who organized one of the first viral protests ever in the metaverse.
We did way better than I thought we were going to do in terms of people participating and being able to log in and being able to receive the wearable.
The demonstration of nearly 40 people took place in Decentraland, right here in Samsung's digital flagship store.
I feel like you'd be picked up pretty quickly if you went inside a store protesting in the physical world.
Right.
Decentraland is an emerging metaverse space, a 3D virtual world where users explore and can purchase digital real estate. You don't need 3D goggles to get in. You can use a laptop. The group said it was protesting the rapid commercialization of the metaverse.
There's no direct statement against something.
This location was not selected to specifically target the brands, but it was rather a very current embodiment of what we were talking about.
Samsung did not reply to NBC News' request for comment.
Is it possible in the metaverse to put that type of pressure on corporations in the way that we've seen protests in the physical world can?
If a certain brand were to be in the news because their metaverse property has been taken off by protesters for 72 hours, I think that has actually equal the impact of a similar thing happening in the physical world.
Social protest mobilization plays a really big role in the physical world. Do you foresee it becoming a big part of the metaverse as well?
I think it could be a good alternative for not being able to protest in the physical world because it comes with too much risk.
Guy Goldenberg, co-founder of Ukraine-based tech group Multi-NFT, knows that risk.
My mother was arrested protesting in a real physical demonstration in Moscow.
His group held a protest against the Russian invasion of Ukraine inside the metaverse.
If she would have been able to do that without having a physical consequence, but still having a social meaning and an impact, that would be amazing.
While groups like Halfway and Multi-NFT experiment in this new frontier, some experts are thinking ahead about what users like activists should watch out for.
In the social media world, people were willing to get their privacy invaded. And metaverse will be worse in that sense, because people will get over the engagement, entertainment, and emotional experience. And they may be willing to actually compromise a lot of their privacy.
That grim digital reality might be around the corner, but for now, groups like Halfway are more concerned about another hurdle for metaverse protests, the knowledge gap.
It was always a little bit difficult for me to get into that world because it's a very different language, different codes, and I'm not a very technical person.
Inez Gusto entered the metaverse for the first time last January to join the protest in Decentraland. She says Halfway trained everyone for more than 2 hours on how to navigate the space, something the group says they'll continue to do ahead of any future projects.
That was maybe more than the movement itself, that was the power of that day.
Issa Gutierrez, NBC News.
Issa, thank you. When we come back, Mike Tyson says heads will roll over a new Hulu series based on his life. How he's hitting back at the streamer. Coming up next. Now tonight is Joshua Johnson. Howie Jackson and these are our missing daughters and sons. You need anyone who saw something to come forward. She was wearing a black jacket and a top. Howie Jackson and weekdays at 5 on NBC News. Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand.
You created Russian. Can you help me understand what's going on?
To help make sense for all, we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition. News is happening. Now, look at what's making headlines around the world. Whenever it happens, wherever you are. Good morning, I'm Jeff Fryer.
And I'm Savannah Sellers right now on Morning News Now. We're talking about top of the
breaking situation in Ukraine.
We're watching dangerous agencies reflection. I mean, is that where we're headed? Is there any way to avoid that?
Morning News Now, streaming weekdays at 7. Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids. watch nightly news, kids edition.
You don't know when your moment's coming, but when it does, you take it. You don't know when your moment's coming, but when it does, you take it.
We're back, and Mike Tyson is taking a swing at Hulu, accusing that company of stealing his life story for a new show set to come out at the end of the month. The former heavyweight champ says he doesn't approve of the whole show they're making about him called Mike on Instagram. Tyson called the show a quote slave master takeover story, and a second post he's accused Hulu, of thinking that they could just sell him and his life story on an auction block. Tyson says Hulu did not ask for his permission or give him compensation for telling the story. And this isn't the first time he's brought up that he isn't a project. Last February, after Hulu approved the show, Tyson called it a tone-deaf cultural misappropriation of his life story. Hulu declined to comment on the matter when we asked. Last week, during a press tour, one of the series' showrunners said they wanted to tell an unbiased story about Tyson. So let's bring in Danny Savaro, who can help us out a little bit here. Danny, we had a big conversation about this today in the news. Tyson has been in the public eye for decades, a boxing star, a heavyweight champ, a celebrity marriage. He's a controversial figure, but that all makes him a public figure, right? So does that mean Hulu can do this without his permission?
With limitations, of course, they cannot publish false statements about Iron Mike Tyson. Of course, if he believes that publishing false statements, then he's essentially going to have to pay lawyers to sue them for defamation. And of course, Mike Tyson has his rights to publicity. However, because he is a famous person, as long as they are not using, for example, video that was copyrighted through a network, that's stuff that Mike Tyson no longer really owns. So, to the extent they're using public facts in their unauthorized biography, essentially, those are allowed. But it is a very tricky area of the law, and unfortunately for plaintiffs, for movie plaintiffs like Mike Tyson, it can be very expensive to pay a lawyer to find out whether or not a prospective defendant has violated your right.
And we've seen this before, right? I mean, earlier this year, Google released Anna and Tommy based on Kamala Anderson and Tommy Lee's relationship. Anderson said that she would not watch it, apparently upset that the show was a violation of her privacy. What determines who is a public figure and for how long? And you go from being a very public person to a private person. I think a lot of us are kind of curious about that.
Constitutionally, there are actually different kinds of public figures. There is a limited purpose public figure, and then there's a absolute public figure or public official. The law of defamation, for example, began creating a different tier for defamation, making it harder for a public official to sue for defamation. Later, the court expanded that to public figures. So from government officials or people like congressmen over to just somebody who's famous. And in the modern era, it's pretty hard to find somebody who isn't a public figure with the advent of social media, TikTok, but maybe people who are famous and public figures that other folks like me have never heard of. And yet, they are public figures. The test is normally the degree to which someone puts themselves out there in the public. And certainly Mike Tyson, by any definition, would be a public figure and has been a public figure now for decades.
Yeah, with so many platforms right now, all of them have a message about for content. I think it's going to see more and more of these types of situations come up.
Sure, it's just going to be more difficult for movie plaintiffs to complain that they're being defamed or that their right to publicity is being violated. Now, most of the time, who's not going to make documentaries about people no one's ever heard of, but it will be to the future plaintiff who wants to try and sue.
All right, Danny, thank you for sharing your expertise, Danny Savaro. That's a wrap for this hour. We're going to have more for you right here tomorrow. Same time, same place. Right now. Today, millions of Americans on alert as extreme weather sweeps from coast to coast. Images of airports nationwide after severe storms delayed or canceled thousands of flights this weekend. One of us keeps in Denver and
expedite the investigation into a possible serious killing in Mexico after the targeted killings of at least 4 Muslim men. Police are now urging the report that the current suspect intensifies. A major win for President Biden and Democrats, the Senate narrowly passing a historic bill on carbon, healthcare, and taxes. Landmark price tag on climate change and how it affect the cost of the medication. Deadly and political, a massive fire within the oil plant in Cuba, other countries now 17 years out, has blown spread to a third tank over fuel. A hotline, the rash of car thefts in Milwaukee, stealing cars in just seconds, using only a U.S. vehicle. Concerns that may be running out with the crime on social media. Remembering Olivia Newton-John, the actress and pop star died at 73 after a battle with breast cancer. Look back at her incredible career, including that iconic role in Grease. Absolutely, starting right now. Good evening, I'm Gary Schwartz for Tom Yamas. We begin tonight with the severe weather for millions of Americans. Heat, heavy rain, and dangerous winds from coast to coast, including historic flooding in the West. New video shows firefighters rescuing children trapped in a car in Denver after flash flooding. In California, cars buried and almost 1,000 people stranded in Death Valley National Park after nearly a year's worth of rain fell in just a single day. Those severe storms creating another travel nightmare. Thousands of flights canceled or delayed nationwide this weekend. Today, President Biden is visiting Eastern Kentucky after flooding wiped out neighborhoods and left nearly 40 people dead. All as parts of the country still face relentless heat, so let's get right to ABC News and House.
Late summer is traditionally flash flood season, but 2022's events are increasingly record-setting.
Climate change is making it easier for the heaviest rains to become even heavier. And this summer is a good example of that trend, which has been playing out over decades.
More rain in a shorter time. Parts of Denver got more than 2 inches Sunday, much of it coming in just an hour. Swamping streets, firefighters rescuing 29 people from their vehicles, including these children. This is what happens when the hottest place on earth suddenly becomes one of the last. Death Valley National Park still cleaning up after Friday's devastating flood. Nearly an inch and a half of rain fell on the California desert, the most ever in a single August day. The park explodes. Feet of mud and rocks in many areas across park roads. Other areas have stretches of the road that are completely gone and will need to be rebuilt. In South Dakota, Sioux Falls recorded its wettest day ever, getting more than 5 inches on Sunday. The warmer the air, the more moisture it can hold. 90% of 150 locations surveyed by Climate Central now get more average rainfall an hour compared to 1970. Rainfall intensity increasing 13%. The storms wreaking havoc with an already stressed airline system. Today, cancellations more than 600, delays of over 4,000. They just kept saying weather, 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 weather. As America copes with a summer of uncertain skies. Ann Thompson, NBC News.
As we cover all that severe weather this summer, today President Biden visiting Harrisburg, Eastern Kentucky, where new flash flood alerts have been issued in an area still recovering from a disaster that killed at least 37 people. Our Kathy Park is there.
Tonight, the historic floodwaters have receded in Eastern Kentucky, revealing a muddy mess and a total loss for so many families.
We're in survival mode, obviously. The support makes it all doable.
Riverside Christians near Lost Creek entering the second week of cleanup.
There was so much mud. We had to clear this hallway before we could even get this door open.
As they scrambled for the first day of classes.
Every building on our campus had some form of water in it, except one. Most of our buildings were a total loss.
President Biden and the First Lady saw the devastation firsthand, promising federal help.
It's going to take a while to get through this. Promise should be on me. Federal government, all its resources, as long as it takes, we're going to be here.
At least 37 people have died, with 2 still unaccounted for. The damage is spanning across 13 counties. In hard hit Rapid, the poverty rate is more than double the national average.
This is the most devastating and deadly flooding event certainly in my lifetime, unlike anything we've ever seen.
Experts say the region is vulnerable to more devastation from natural disasters, pointing to abandoned coal mines that have forever changed the landscape and historically poor oversight in the industry.
Thank Thank you.
Tonight, the goodness of strangers and faith rising above the waters.
It was strong enough to rip homes off their foundations, strong enough to rip trees out of the ground, but the Lord works through devastation and through tragedy to bring our community together.
And Kathy Park joins us now from Lost Creek, Kentucky. Kathy, are officials there concerned about any severe weather that might threaten recovery efforts this week?
Well, Gotti adding insult to injury, the threat for more severe weather in the forecast through Thursday. And officials fear that even an injury to 2 inches of rain could further complicate the cleanup and recovery efforts. And as you can see behind me, there is a big cleanup ahead here. Gotti?
Kathy, thank you. With more rain and potential flooding in the forecast for that area, let's get right to meteorologist Bill Cairns to walk us through what the next few days could look like.
Hey, Gotti, we have to remember, why do we care so much about flash flooding? Flash flooding kills more people every year in our country than tornadoes and hurricanes or any other weather phenomenon. So that's why pay so much attention to it. We try to tell people, you see high water, do not drive through it. A lot of people get trapped because they can't see the road blocked away. So on the map, there's nothing that's really obvious right now. Okay, that's good. It's more of that something has a little bit worse. There are some pretty good thunderstorms south of St. Louis, some really heavy rain. Right along the Mississippi River there, if you take Illinois, Missouri, and right down south of the Memphis, there really some isolated flash flooding there. But tomorrow, earlier today, we're worried about from Lexington to Nashville, Knoxville. Tomorrow, we're at a slight risk of flash flooding. So there's slight risk, then there's moderate, then there's high. And we had up the storm event, we were in a moderate to high risk. So it's not a situation that we expect to be like that. But regardless, we could pick up another 1 to 2 inches of rainfall. But if we get the training of those thunderstorms, that's where it could be a little bit worse. But as far as the heat goes, one more day. We can do it. We can do one more day in the Northeast, and this thing will turn the corner. And it goes up a little bit for a few areas, especially in the southern plain. You notice the current temperature is still in the upper 80s in New York and DC, and it looks like Dallas, Florida, Wednesday. You get great for that street yesterday. And the fact that that's hot, it's that it's so humid, but still feeling 101 feels like temperature right now in Philadelphia. But the relief is on the way. We've been waiting for this Canadian cold front, so tomorrow is it. And then we'll see the temperature begin to drop in the Northeast. So, yeah, one more day, guys. We can do it. That's really excited about it. So, we now turn to breaking news. The FBI has executed a search warrant at the home of former President Trump. Trump confirming the news in a statement saying, Mar-a-Lago, a small in Florida, was quote under siege by a large group of agents, and having the raid was unannounced. ABC News with Atlanta's Dennis Fox joins us now. Danny, this is just breaking into this area. What do you think of what we're seeing? So it's definitely just breaking. You have all the way to the finish. Just the break, covering the breaking news. And really what we know right now is that the FBI apparently has executed a search warrant. And all this shows on the search warrant is it means that by definition, the FBI would have to take the probable cause. They magistrate to a judge and demonstrated that it is more likely than not that there is evidence of the criminal activity that they need to see at Mar-a-Lago. That's about all you can see from the fact that the search warrant has issued. It must be based on probable cause. But of what? It's hard to say. People like this report that just a few days ago on around July 7th, the DOJ has made a search warrant to search the phone of Attorney John Eastman and David King. They was conducting another otherwise investigation into the activity of January 6th. But again, that's the conjecture right now. All these witnesses know whether apparently the search warrant is being executed or it wasn't executed. And we've seen that search warrant executed, but we haven't heard yet from the FBI. They are going to be addressing this in the short term because we now have a statement from the President Trump. This would be a normal thing. I would say that you should not plan to hear from the FBI or your attorney for that district because the FBI's legal practice, the federal government's legal practice, is not to comment on ongoing investigation. So that would be important. But this is not the normal case, and this is not the normal. I don't want to say market yet, but not the normal person that means Donald Trump that first warrant issued for his home. So
It says nothing like this has ever happened to a president of the United States before. After working and cooperating with relevant government agencies, this unannounced raid on the home is not necessary or appropriate. It is prosecutorial misconduct, the weaponization of the justice system. And again, a little bit further down, it says, right, even goes into my safe explanation. So we know that they went into his home. They know that we know that they were unannounced. We know that they were looking for things they think is safe. Do we know any specifics on what the president looking for? We also give you an idea.
Yeah, they always care about it.
The Trump affiliated lawyer from the election fraud theories. Then it's not a feat to say that Trump's Mar-a-Lago contained evidence of information related to, say, for example, the evidence that they saw in counties that the DOJ is investigating. That is a rather possible interpretation. Of course, another interpretation is going to be that the FBI believes that it is more likely than not that there is evidence that Trump or somebody else close to Trump committed a crime, or that they have evidence of that crime at Mar-a-Lago. That could be cell phones, that could be documents, that could be virtually anything. So it's really hard to say. And the FBI, when they get a search warrant like this, they make it as broad as they possibly can. So no surprise that they found a hold of a safe. A safe is something that might contain evidence that is relevant to their investigation. So that's entirely possible. But we certainly want to read a while back. The FBI goes through all things physical and digital. They catalog everything. They take a lot of photographs. It's not something that happens quickly. It is a long process, a very invasive process. So Trump is probably right. I wouldn't have any reason to believe him that they would give you a safe if you had one of them. So again, you don't know exactly what it's for, but given the flurry of activity around January 6th, the committee, which is starting back in September, it could be related to that. It could be related to something that we had no idea about up until now. And again, the Justice Department is supposed to be that, not us. The FBI is supposed to rise above.
Do you want a clean carpet and a pussy clean service? That's why anyone or less call or text. Call or text 413-351-5113 or fire us at the web. Oh, 860-200-2349 for all your carpet and a pussy cleaning service. Period.
No matter what happens, Trump and his circle can claim that it is a political prosecution and the challenge.
He got to get it for deal with no. It was but me, I don't give it for police. Police will take care of it. These people is miserable. They're all around miserable. But no, but for me, I have white, black, Chinese, whatever color them. We get miserable people in all kind of color. I don't want to make it be a majority. As a majority, the majority that we have black and invisible. Everybody else actually has not for me. I get your ass out. You see how quick I get his ass out? Right now I get my keys. If you see him coming in, all you have to do is call police. All you have to do is call police and they keep pick his ears up. That's why what good about when you live here. If you see a show up, you call police and he's just a big go straight to jail. I think yeah shit man.
Has been lawful at all times, and he finds that federal government investigating it is not
that client is putting out press releases like this, but it's President Trump. I mean, President Trump released it, and it's way too busy. That's being passed. If nothing else, apparently, I believe in this statement that it's something to the effect that well, they've investigated me for a long time, they haven't brought anything, and now this is more of a ritual. This is more of the same narrative. And here's what we have to realize that he's going to have to search warrant, he's doing a willy-nilly. He's got a willy-nilly. There's evidence to find on that property and search warrant, and that is the just takeaway. The marathon built, and it keeps going to make a move in this game of political chess. That we have to make it only in certain survivors. That the FBI is more than competent. We probably have a lot more competent because Maradona is the FBI, but except nothing less. And they search warrant on Mar-a-Lago. It is a very, very significant development, and one that the FBI certainly wouldn't be playing. Danny, we can't thank you enough for that instant analysis. To New Mexico now, where officials are searching for a possible serial killer who may be responsible for the deaths of 4 Muslim men in Albuquerque. NBC is one of the names. Tonight, a terrified Muslim community in Albuquerque on edge after the killings of 4 Muslim men. Authorities called for Jim Deb's target. There are so many popular of the homicides. Police say the alleged victim, 25-year-old Nayef Hussein, is found dead Friday night from a gunshot wound outside the Lutheran Family Services, known for providing services for refugees. Just days ago, Hussein attended the funerals of 2 of the other Albuquerque murder victims, Ahmed Aswan Hussein and Amtaf Hussein, all 3 originally from Pakistan. The president of the Islamic Center of New Mexico, hoping investigators call all possible things. Multiple men targeted public areas of Ascension in Albuquerque. The FBI is now involved. Authorities now desperately searching for this vehicle, which say may be tied to all 4 killings. Imtiaz Hussein's brother, Ahmed Hamzat Hussein, was one of the victims. Johnny Behar has asked the community to submit videos and also photos that might help them. And also they want this information that can help them arrest and convict those responsible. The award at this time has increased to $30,000 for any information that could lead to that arrest and conviction. Meanwhile, they did tell me this morning they already received something for following up that information as they continue with that investigation. But thank you, heading out of Washington, where the investors celebrating a major win after sweeping the taxes. The so-called Inflation Reduction Act, which is top climate policy tax initiative for Democrats, and now heads over to the House. NBC News Capitol Hill correspondent Allie Patel is with
Tonight, Democrats victorious. It's a little weird after a marathon weekend.
It was a long night. It was a long month. It was a long year. But we got it done.
A nearly 22-hour Senate session that culminated in the passage of a sweeping healthcare, climate, and economic bill. $430 billion in spending with unprecedented climate energy investments.
I have never seen or anticipated anything as significant as this
cents a gallon. Other prices have fallen $40 a barrel. We're seeing commodity prices ease. We're seeing the price of consumer goods fall again. And so I think that just reinforces the notion that one, that they've already got done. As they got inflation, supply chains, I think, getting to return to normal, and trade products are becoming more and more valuable. So I think it's a good sign that the consumer is saying that versus almost anybody else, because they're the ones who are feeling the pinch at the gas pump, at the grocery store, and elsewhere in their personal lives. Thank you so much. Heading now overseas, the war in Ukraine, President Zelensky calling for a strong international response to what he calls Russian nuclear threat after several recent attacks on the Russian nuclear power station in Europe. NBC's Morgan Chesky is in central Ukraine with the latest.
Tonight, damage to Ukraine's largest nuclear power plant, raising red flags worldwide. The weekend blocked attacked its role in high voltage wires at the Russian-controlled plants, forcing Ukrainian workers to limit output for one of the 6 fast reactors. One employee struck by shrapnel as explosions rang out. Ukraine says Russia is using the Zaporizhzhia plant, nearly twice the size of Chernobyl, as cover, allowing Russia to shell cities without being fired on. Today, Ukraine's president called the attack terrorism. Ukraine and Russia accused each other of Chernobyl plants. Russia releasing this video, claiming to show damage inflicted by Ukrainian forces. The United Nations nuclear watchdog say every principle of nuclear safety has been violated when we got in some of the Chernobyl power. Ukraine is really volunteers nationwide helping get new soldiers. It puts out on team keeps special camouflage for Ukrainian snipers on the front lines. The city now shelters more than 50,000 refugees in Ottawa and Antarctica that aren't even much. Their apartment shelled because school really destroyed. So they didn't tell me what to go after they got caught. They got help posting and look at this. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 alternative wounded for shrapnel. The whole family inside this car. Somehow, no one was hurt. With their third child, which is globally, Big is doing their best to keep the donors to their own. It's really good to make competitions and help a brighter future. This mother and daughter are just 2 of the 12 unique reflective homes in a war that reaches up. And tonight, Ukrainian officials say it appears that all of the reactors are still operational. Ukrainian control of that nuclear plant. Just they had mind open the facility inside.
Someone down here.
Meanwhile, Russia basketball star Brittany Griner is still on her call, but she's not the only alleged prisoner in the country. Advocates are pushing for several other prisoners to be recognized by Putin. Officials say a deal for Griner and her home might be possible in the meeting. Tonight, we host the WNBA star Brittany Griner after Russia said it was ready to discuss on prisoners in the U.S. My view is that after Russian, I think she's going to be free. I think she has a right strategy of nutrition, preparation teams. There's going to be a prisoner structure. I like to get engaged. She was good too. What are you in the map of the Blue Ribbons on BBC on Sunday? Did he play the basketball star and another prisoner? Former Wayne will be free in exchange for 2 Russians in the U.S. government. We have to bring American hostages home, especially those wrongfully detained.
Não, mas é muito forte. Yeah, it's power.
Sentenced to 25 years in 2012 for selling weapons to Colombian rebels. Last week, Griner was sentenced to 9 years in prison for bringing cannabis into the country, pleading with a Russian judge in court. Public pressure increased after the news of President Joe Biden. Will also put a spotlight on other events, like Wayland, a former Marine, who is 3 years.
My friend, that's why in this country, any country you live, you don't have no money, yours is West. You see how they caught West in America? They go cut yours like West, my friend. Go to school, learn, do your best. You want be a businessman, be a lawyer. But save some money when you work. Save Wilkie Basino say so. Save some money when you work. If you work, you don't save no money before you get the paycheck. You already expend it. Yours is West, even though you live in America. I'm a Haitian. Trump tried to deport me. Just say I'm an American. I never said it. I never said it, my friend. I was in a business. I was. They can't prove it. They can't prove it. I was in Batavia for 5 months. The system is fucked up. They owe me for 5 months for Shadley Shelley and Schwab. They hold me for 5 months in Batavia. They think they can take my house. They can take everything I have. They can't. But you have money to, you have to be able to afford a lawyer to protect you, my friend. Because those kind of things can happen, my friend. In America, you will walk in the street and say, especially if you get an ex-girlfriend, the ex-girlfriend will come and slap the shit out of you and say you slap her. Who gonna go to jail is you. You don't get the money to get you out, my friend. That's the low one they can do. If one go say, Haitian woman do it to me, say I wave her. Shot the jelly. I changed my I never get a chance to change my law because you used to live here. Jesus, Lord, you know what I say. I don't have to lie to anybody. God know what I say. You know what? It takes me to get shot the jelly to don't come here no more. Get a 500 feet from 274 Pole Street, my friend. If I wasn't got no money, my friend, that shit will never happen. It will never happen in America. My friend, I don't teach you, don't do nobody wrong. Don't do nobody wrong. Me, I hate, oh, I, the message is love your brothers and sisters as you love yourself. Period. We'll keep passing on the mic, my friend. Love your brothers and sisters as you love yourself. Do to them as you want them to do for you. For Wilkid Valsino is failure. The end of the sentence, my friend. That's why I'm gonna die for today and any day I die. Your brother Wilkid Valsino is in the mic.
we want to share some along with the video, along with the word for Indian writing. Here's our Sundance PhDs have a new trick that's costing some people thousands of dollars. And we see some captions. It is a disturbing fraction podcast. Using simple USB cables and getting way inside. Vehicles is wreaking havoc in Milwaukee, Wisconsin. Police say this is mostly teenagers who still organizing kids for joyrides, often fast and dangerous. USB taps off the keyless ignition, start the engine with something as simple as a cell phone charge. This member of the Key Boys in a YouTube documentary explaining how it works. Leaving car owners left to dig up the pieces. One beautiful Key Boys says she doesn't even want her beloved car back after seeing it in this viral video. Police say the car was stolen from a parking garage. They thought that it would get later abandoned and badly damaged.
And if they do fix it, and the pictures of it, how will they do it? So, that's the option video of this
After showing up his driving search, a 17-year-old was arrested and criminally charged with reckless driving. These videos used in the police investigation. Motor vehicle thefts in Milwaukee have almost doubled since 2020, with over 5,000 car thefts so far this year. It's a week ago in July. Nearly half the 56 cars stolen in St. Petersburg, Florida, were Kia or Hyundai models, according to police. They tell us they learned about the internet or they learned it from another friend. Those persons get arrested, they go to jail, they tell the other people, and it just continues to spread like wildfire. Police say the teams usually target unlocked vehicles. It's kind of shocking. I thought, with the newer cars that you have to have the key, Jonathan Harris would be good twice. You buy a brand new car, they can say, if they don't have any problems, and then you come out and your car's gone. City Hall, Minnesota is experiencing similar problems. So far this year, 212 Hondas and 248 Kias have been stolen according to police. Last year, just 39 Hondas and 24 Kias. New video shows a Kia Forte that was reported stolen on Saturday. And the vehicle driven erratically and dangerously as a police helicopter followed throughout the city. The car eventually struck the center concrete beam twice before becoming disabled. All four occupants fled on foot but were arrested, all teenagers.
It's a fashion business now for Los Angeles. Steve, that video is wild. Have we heard anything from these companies?
Yeah, we have. Hyundai says it's concerned with the rise of digital auto theft, saying, quote, the safety and well-being of our customers and community is and will remain our top priority, and that their new vehicle comes with engine overlap. He issued a similar statement saying all their vehicles have an immobilizer flying either at the beginning or as the years go as the running change. Both say they either meet or exceed federal motor vehicle safety standards. Wow. Eye-opening report. Thanks so much, Steve. When we come back,
Hello, how can I help you? Yes, ma'am. You got to request. I, I don't I don't get the request from you yet. Request request it and I will send it to you. Mine, I think you got to let your stepdaughter do it for you because you got to go in my cash app and request it. Okay, let me go check my cash app. Yeah, hold up, give me a minute. I can do that when you call. Oh my gosh, I don't got no request from you. I don't got no request from her. She don't know how to do it. I know she don't know how to do it. Yes, ma. I don't know. Let your daughter do it. Let your stepdaughter. When you request the money, you go send me a request. You know how much money I tell you we agree what, and you send it to me, and then I pay. Yeah, but so far I don't get you don't comment.
That supported either bringing a charge or declining to bring a charge, and that is what I believe the federal prosecutors have done here. And in this particular case, we're talking about an entire country that many of them voted in the last election. So they have almost skin in the game here. I want to bring in Dr. to stay with us to talk about what this is going to mean, what this signals to people that may have voted for Trump while you've been working the campaign trail all the way through the midterm to the last election. And so much of your work is centered around talking to Trump supporters about how they see the entire country. What do you think that this message, or what do you think that today would
You shoot them up.
to elicit within Trump supporters?
It's up there.
Right, I think it's your question, Gotti. I think that's exactly why we're standing here in Wisconsin. They have a major primary tomorrow, and Trump was here over the weekend. He held a campaign rally for the real candidate, somebody who is an election skeptic, who has not said whether he would certify the 2020 election or not here. He's also trying to out Robert Fox, who is the state assembly speaker, who refused to be certified as the 2020 election here. This is as much a political weapon for Donald Trump as it is an all important, serious investigative matter here. Donald Trump has made himself a martyr for millions of Americans. I should note that I was just told by a person earlier that Trump is in New York City at the moment, and he has not been staying in Mar-a-Lago over the course of the summer. He and his family have been residing in Bedford, serving the football club in New Jersey. I do not have specifics as to what that is in New York City today here, but of course he still works and sometimes lives out of Trump's power there in New York City. But I think it's important to understand over the last 6 years, God, you have been at your various rallies yourself here, that this is a political leader who has made himself a political martyr. And he has posed the question. He has posed the question in the so-called deep state. He has put deep skepticism in the FDA, the Department of Justice, the CIA. He has shared skepticism and called out the election in America. And there are millions of people, and I know this for a fact, because we have traveled around the country and had conversation after conversation with folks who do not trust the American government as it stands right now here. And you saw just last week in some major primaries in neighboring Michigan, but also in Arizona, the voting of these comeback candidates for Secretary of State, Governor, U.S. Senate, Attorney General. And why is that? It's because Donald Trump is still viewed as the leader of one of America's two major political parties here. There is a lot, not only potential for investigatory sake on the line, but also political here. Again, I think we need to also reiterate people do not know Donald Trump himself is the subject of this investigation or what the agents were at the public for Mar-a-Lago. And Ron, you make such a fascinating point. I mean, we've seen it time and time again. Politics at play, and former President Donald Trump making himself that political martyr. Really, I gotta ask, if you have the subject of an investigation like this, within politics and at every turn, how do investigators and how do prosecutors rise above that politics, or is that impossible? It's not impossible. We have to tune it out. We can't make prosecutorial decisions based on politics or based on how people might react to our decision to bring charges. Here is what I think is going to be key moving forward, though. I think there's going to be a need for transparency. Now that there's been a search warrant executed on the home of a former president, I think there's going to need to be transparency from the Department of Justice so they can begin to show the American people the evidence that supports these law enforcement decisions. Transparency, but possibly expedited transparency, because the speed in which we are seeing responses from former President Trump are going to be very fast. Usually we see the FBI and the Justice Department take their time in presenting that case and building that case and informing the public. Could we see an expedited timeline? Expedited transparency, I think, is a great way to put it. It wouldn't surprise me that we certainly can't conclude this will happen. It wouldn't surprise me if we saw what we call a sweeping indictment in fairly short order. Think back to the Mueller investigation. Every time those indictments came out, we were
so much for joining us. Now it's time for a global watch. We begin in Cuba, where a deadly fire is spreading at one oil facility. Firefighters say flames have now spread to a third. At least one person is dead. More than 125 others were hurt. Officials say the blaze started on Friday after a lightning strike, with several explosions reported after. Mexico and Venezuela are also sending special teams to help put out that fire, which could take days. Now to a massive boat fire off the coast of Japan. Footage from above shows the boat being built with blank field. 5 people were on board when the fire broke out. They managed to jump into the water wearing life jackets and were eventually saved. Fortunately, no one was seriously hurt. Cause is still under investigation. And Queen Elizabeth is speaking on another public event of health concerns. The Queen will not be attending the annual welcome ceremony, which kicks off her summer vacation at her Scottish castle. Instead, she'll arrive privately due to both reasons of comfort. In 1960, has been having mobility issues for several months. And coming up, remembering Olivia Newton-John, who stars an incredible career from iconic movie roles to short popular hits. Look back at her life, feelings, and things. Who thinks of what? Liberty is the customizing and if anyone objects to this marriage, Kevin, no, not today. Only today.
Come on, you should celebrate.
At 17, Prince Charles is still waiting. Charles is his birth. To be born child. To be loved by years. We'll take the next question. In our people podcast, all too good. Sometimes I think it's going to be difficult to overwhelm them for kids to understand. So we really didn't get that's for them. We don't go back.
That's the time. Hello, good afternoon, Jesse. Will carpet cleaning? How can I help you? Oh, okay. Yeah, you're welcome. Hi.
We're back tonight with the passing of actress and pop star Olivia Newton-John, who died at age 73 after a battle with breast cancer. She would skyrocket to fame with the role of Sandy in that 15 weeks alongside John Travolta. In the early 80s, her skinny soft physically topped the charts with 10 consecutive weeks. She was first diagnosed with breast cancer in 1992 and later returned in 2017. In a statement, her family says she passed away peacefully at her home in Southern California, surrounded by loved ones. When we come back to the breaking news on President Trump yesterday.
Good morning, I'm Chip Fryer. And I'm right now on the news now. So I'm talking about the breaking situation in Ukraine. They're watching dangerous, dangerously.
Yes, good afternoon. This is Will. How can I help you? I, I don't have no apartment right now. I, yeah. Man, listen. What I'm talking about is where my studio is. I don't want nobody who do drugs, who do anything like that. But you got to smoke it outside. Yeah, if you want to come see it tomorrow, just come see it. What are you want coming? I'll be here most of the time. I'll be here 9 to 5. Yeah, and you come here and here you got to keep it clean. All right, this is my studio, man. I got to keep it clean. I don't mind. You can come see it. You come here one. Yeah, it 1 o'clock. I'll be here. 274 Cole Street. Cole Street. Cole. Man, do you went to school? Cole Street. No, I don't want to do business with you, baby. You dumb and stupid. No, I don't do that no more. Because people, no, I'm not gonna do it no more. I'm not gonna test the address. You already act stupid. Why would I when you to my studio? I say go K-U, Carew, street. Erew. K-U street. Some people say K-U, so I say, for me, I get the French accent. I say K-U street. Yeah. No, I hope you not because no. Yeah, but for me, I don't want to do this woman wanting to walk in people. If you're not a walking guy who go to work, who want to use their womb for all, that's all this woman is all about. That's all this woman is all about because I get a lot of quick in here, but walking people don't do bad things. It's usually the people who do drugs, who do all kind of stuff, who do those kind of stuff. So you got to bring your face down. Bro, if that's the way it is, because I'm tired of helping people, and the people I try to help take me for granted. I know you don't know me, but I'm trying to make sure because I'm tired doing it, man. I'm tired doing it. I love God, but a certain time, you know. No, I say I don't want to deal with stupid people. Because Kewu should, I say Kewu, I know somebody say Kowu, like me, I speak French. I say Kowu. But English speaking people say Kewu. Kewu, when you say that, Carew, street, and is in Chigobi. No, you got it wrong again. Carew, street. Kowu Street. I say Kowu or Kewu. I speak five language, my friend, so I know. Chikobi. Go back to work, my friend, but if you don't bother with me. I work for a living. Oh, I no problem, my friend. Yeah. Yeah, that was me. Yeah, I know.
Give me an example of what that is like. I presume it's something like to say, it's something illegal going on there, we saw something we want to go further, they have to the bar, and I understand it's really good high if you're going to execute that kind of move.
That's correct. So, as we would consider like one crime or fraud or those kinds of things. And, we had the state transfers that were illegal already. We had serious witness statements already. So we had information that was corroborated this bill from many different sources. So my best guess in a situation like this, they had information through either phone calls, internet, fire, whatever, to justify serving this warrant. So typically that's how it's done.
I want to go through a little more of the information that we've got. First of all, with the technical precedent, that actually has a lot more different sites. You just departed Trump power, and that was one of the questions about what's happening. Also seems like the latest that we have from the Secret Service is that the FBI notified the U.S. Secret Service early today that it intended to serve a search warrant at Mar-a-Lago, apparently up to 2 hours before the warrant was executed. The Secret Service allowed the FBI into the property that was not part of the actual search. As you know, the U.S. Secret Service is responsible for protecting the president's past and present, and so they would have to involve things under that was just to let the FBI into Mar-a-Lago. Tracy, what we're looking at in terms of federal cooperation that has to happen to execute something like this. It's not like they were held down for windows and kind of startled everybody. Someone knew that this was going to happen before it happened.
Correct, and I appreciate you for sort of bringing that to light. A lot of times we see in the culture those kinds of things that FBI agents are sort of breaking through windows and breaking down doors, and really that's like they're just not that remarkable enough to are entering the house. It's a very dramatic thing. This isn't entering with shields and guns and those kind of things, and I suspect that was not the case here as well. I believe again this is just from what I think that the police is waited until Trump was not in our order to do this because it didn't create quite a scene, and I also think it would have been very disruptive to the Secret Service as well. Additionally, they would have to come on to the Secret Service. The Secret Service is at Mar-a-Lago, and federal agencies don't want to sort of be tracing all over each other. So that makes a lot of sense that they would have had to unfortunately with them and people to execute it because the Secret Service does not have been part of this search warrant. That's not part of their
Let me just go through the president's statement for a moment because part of what you're describing conflicts a little bit with what the president has said in terms of related to the sort of kind of characterize the way he has Tracy into this property. You mentioned, at least according to the statement, that they went into a safe on this property, described it as being under siege, said that nothing like this has ever happened to a president of the United States before, compared it to Watergate, and asked, why one was okay while the other was not. Why not do it that way? I mean, we've talked a lot about quite a bit from now this way
sounds like the nature of the way, the nature of war searching people. Can get very dangerous very quickly if you don't know what's on the other side of the door. Right. And so it's talking about that much danger. It's so but this is the sort of thing that coming in. But raids, at least from my night, that's why he's not allowing them to move through protection.
So I think that that's a really great point. You know, sort of design it to this is not a fight. So as an FBI, yes, I'm not a fight. Specifically, those did involve we have done great sort of rules and set of features and folks that go along with it. We come there very assertively and very aggressively expecting that there's going to be side of the door because people are willingly trying to and people are living right. In a situation like this, the intelligence that they had was that the president was not present in this particular location. There may not have been a lot of in terms of the intelligence that they had, and they knew that the Secret Service would not be interfering in that in terms of executing the search warrant. So they're simply there to search the perimeter and to search for documents, to search whatever it is that is in that search warrant.
Tracy Walden, former CIA and FBI special agent, author of Unexpected Spy. Appreciate you making time for all. I'm sorry, before I let you go, stay with me just one second for ROA check. Before I let you go, I know that the president raised a number of political accusations about the nature of this way of going for the statement that he described or what it was. But he made a number of theories, and I'm quoting from the statement from the president again. Quote, the political persecution of President Donald J. Trump has been going on for years with the now fully developed Russia scam, impeachment hoax number one, impeachment hoax number two, and so much more. It just never ends. There's political targeting at the highest level. That's from the statement that former President Trump put out this evening. What about political considerations in terms of how and whether the FBI exacts it?
Look, I think that part of that statement I can understand. I know that there has been some political discussion regarding motive of some special agents in the past. You know, we have to remember that the very honest FBI special agents, they are human and they are people. And yes, we do take it not to do things through political motivation. However, I do think people are imperfect and sometimes do things that might not be in line with what we are supposed to do. However, I think the FBI and CIA serve under two different presidents, two different political parties. And I can honestly say that I never felt that there was political motivation behind any of the tasking that was given to me in both organizations. So I really do not think that this is some kind of a political mission. I don't think that FBI would put themselves out there in such a public way.
Tracy Walden, former CIA officer and FBI special agent and author of Unexpected Spy. Appreciate you joining us tonight. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
We are slowly beginning to get more information about what has happened. NBC Justice correspondent and Lady Snell about the Bureau to try to wrap it all up. And I know that we've been trying to confirm and corroborate some of the details in the president's statement. And I don't want to get ahead of the latest that we know. If you just sum up for us what we know and what we're trying to figure out. Sure.
Washington, that's NBC Justice correspondent Kim Delaney, Washington, D.C. Bureau with the latest on this raid. And listen, we're going to do our best to try to update the story as clearly as we can. As Ken said, we don't want to get ahead of our skis on this information. Please don't get ahead of us. There's a lot in the president's statement we haven't found. We have an updated story at NBC.com. We'll keep that one updated as we are going. Stay with us and we'll update you as fast as we can. Well, it took 18 months of negotiations and marathon votes, but now Democrats are on the verge of passing the Inflation Reduction Act. Last night it passed the Senate with the support of all 50 Democrats. All 50 Republicans opposed it, and Vice President Kamala Harris broke the tie. This Friday, the majority Democrat House plans to vote on the bill and most likely pass it. It would be a major legislative win for Democrats. President Biden called it a game changer for everyday Americans. At last, we arrived, and we are elated. Every member of my focus is elated about what happened because we really changed the world. It's going to figure out, for example, that's how the way the Inflation Reduction Act is about much more than inflation to address the economy and climate change, the healthcare, and more. We're going to break down the bill further in the next few days, so stay with us this week for more on just how this bill might affect you. But let's start tonight with the politics of all this. Joining us for that is Jonathan Alford, an MSNBC political analyst, author, presidential historian, and columnist at the Daily News. Jonathan, talk me through what happened this weekend in terms of what it took to get this bill back to the House and on the way to make it come along. Well, that's first of all, it's not just that it's been 18 months. That was this over 30 years. some of what GOP members have said about the Inflation Reduction Act. So the American Rescue Plan, that was close to like this, recession plan. This is going to make it even worse. It's not going to be much down in inflation. We're still going to have a problem there. And at the same time, we're going to be collecting about close to $740 billion in food tax revenue. There's yet another reference shop that is going to get screwed. Every breath of water, rock, the reference time with the walks through inflation, and now they're really into rock, American families. Yeah, the shock of that. So Jonathan also the complaint seems to be that this won't do the things that it purports to do, and that it will be harmful for everyday American families. What's that criticism based on? Well, based on long-term obstacles that companies can use to regulate and benefit tax plan. I would just note that several of those now On Twitter, we asked how you were feeling about the Inflation Reduction Act and what you were most eager for or concerned about. Pat Carroll Treasurer wrote something somewhat boring and possibly something that only a homeowner would be excited about. But I'm hoping to get in on the heat of rebate that's part of the private fund. Hopefully, it will be in effect before I'm carted off to the nursing home so I can enjoy it. Pat says they're asking to solar panel subsidies. I'm hoping this happens and we can take the plunge. And Hans writes definitely the climate change provisions. Way to go, Doc Brandon. You got this. Hashtag talk defender rises. Thank you all for the comments. Especially as we have the comments on climate change, but one of the things to focus on will be what your questions and thoughts about the Inflation Reduction Act. Anything you're looking forward to or worried about. We'll break down the pieces of the bill over the next few days, but we want to hear from you folks. We're at NBC Now Tonight on social media. You can leave us a brief but brilliant voicemail, 885-755-2NBC, or email us now tonight at NBCnews.com. We are continuing to follow the story out of Mar-a-Lago, raid by FBI agents. We're slowly getting a few more details. President Trump is here in New York. Trump Tower did not respond to questions that were asked, looking for reactions to the raid. We've also heard from police in the town of Palm Beach and the Palm Beach County Sheriff's Office. They say they did not have any involvement in this. Perhaps understandable to avoid deep information. We're still trying to get as much information as we can on this, but to get more of this out, we'll let you know right away. Until then, up next, we're going to talk about that ceasefire in Gaza. What do we know about the violence and how far away are we
your body will be bad small. The mark my point. Do you want a clean carpet in the upholstery? That's why in 1 hour or less. Follow Texas start now. Follow Texas start now. 413-351-5132 for Massachusetts. Upon a ticket 860-200-2349 for all your carpet cleaning, your area work cleaning, your oriental cleaning, your car interior detailing, my friend, your real top quality carpet and of course cleaning service can do all that for you. That's why we're the best. We are the best in the world. Who go find out on the carpet and of course cleaning who can guarantee your carpet and of course to dry in less than 1 hour. Follow Texas right now. 413-351-5132. 860-200-2349 for connectivity. God bless my friend. God bless.
Talk about this. This kind of a temporary implementation of the violence and the police officer and the whole aspect because it might make a difference. Yeah, I think it's probably more this kind of violence.
Women will be poor. I really don't know how many more before. Surely you got by you know, she know. Yeah, well, we should not be poor.
Maybe another year, but they're just for the United States or the international community to deal with these costs. Well, I was going to ask you about that before. I know what's the podcast. It was real recently.
Memo is not be poor.
Greater peace, greater stability, greater connection.
Welcome. Thanks for having me. All right, let's get to tonight's headlines. We continue to follow the story out for a while. We'll have updates on that as we get them. So let's begin now with the headlines. Usually on the bar following. Today, the men who were convicted for his death were sentenced on federal hate crime charges. Travis McMichael and his father, Greg McMichael, got his second life sentence. Their neighbor, William Rodney Bryan, was sentenced to 35 years. The three men were found guilty in February of the federal hate crime case. Last fall, they were convicted in state court for Monarch's murder and sentenced to life in prison. NBC's Ron Allen has more from the courthouse in Washington.
One by one, the man who convicted of killing Monarch appeared in federal court today. Being sentenced to 4 of their crimes for hate crimes. The sentence that Michael got his life in prison. William Rodney Bryan 35 years in prison, essentially a life sentence. Most of the argument during the hearing was about where they would serve the sentences, and they were arguing to serve it in a federal prison, not a state prison. They said they would receive death threats, and I didn't feel safe serving in a state prison. The judge rejected that request, saying that this is how it would be done. Mon Robert's family, of course, was here demanding the maximum sentence possible, hoping that the men get life, and feeling satisfied so that at the end of the day, the justice has been done. Now back to you.
President Biden says that Kentucky will have the long-term support it needs to recover from deadly flooding. The state's road to recovery could be very long. Last month's historic floods killed at least 37 people. Today, President Biden and First Lady Dr. Joe Biden surveyed them. They also met with families and first responders. The president promised Kentuckians that they will get back on their feet.
The weather may be out of our control for now, but it's not beyond our control. And I promise you, we're staying because numbers want to stay together. We're staying until everybody's back to what they were.
NBC's Captain Paul is in Walls Creek, Kentucky. Captain tells us what we heard from President Biden and from Kentucky's governor Andy Beshear.
Yeah, Joshua. So the governor was touring some of the flood zones with the president and the first lady, and the governor mentioned that this is something that he hasn't seen in his lifetime. He also said that the president Biden signed an individual the assistance. He also said that hundreds of families are seeing rescued right now in areas parked up for shelters. But thousands of families are trying to just kind of stay afloat. Their lives are illegal right now. They're right now staying with family and friends. The president did say that over the weekend, $10 million went to this community, and there is certainly much more where that came from. And he said that he is committed to providing resources at the federal level so everyone is back on their feet.
I think how's Kentucky doing right now? I wonder how they're doing in terms of recovery from the storm and all the kids, and then preparing for whatever other storms might be coming.
Yeah, I mean, Justin, you just have to see behind me. If you want to know that there is a mobile home literally the sports over, but these are scenes that are playing out all across the region. Roughly 13 counties have been impacted by the flood water. There is a local campus not too far from here, and we are told by the principal that the entire campus is relatively a total loss. So it will take months, if not years, to rebuild. But you also mentioned there are more storms on the way. In fact, the severe weather in the forecast until Thursday, and officials fear that even an 8 to 2 inches of rain could complicate the ongoing recovery and cleanup efforts. Joshua?
Kathy, what's your sense, just from what you've seen so far, where the needs are the greatest? Obviously, there are 1,000 different problems likely right now. Different issues with limitations to certain areas. Where do the needs seem to be greatest right now?
Your body will keep bouncing on the mat, my friend, screaming live. Do you want a clean carpet? That's why in 1 hour or less. Follow Texas 413 51 5132 commercial sources 860 200 2349 for phone and ticket. We guarantee your carpet and upholstery to dry in less than 1 hour. Or you don't have to pay. We do commercial and residential.
But before we get into the package, give me a sense of what that work looks like. You mentioned that obviously it's a amount of pull-out that moves things along. Where else have you found people reaching out, helping one another, trying to get their communities to recover from all of this?
Yeah, this is, a relatively active community, and it will travel very quickly. We're told that neighbors are helping neighbors, but we know that people as far away as Texas, that's what happens too, is the region that lend a helping hand, whether it be donating supplies or just getting their hands dirty to clean up. So we are seeing acts of kindness and really a spirit of resiliency the Western Syrians have been.
That's good because there will definitely be a lot of helping hands needed now and into the future. Thank you, Captain. That's at least a standing point. Hopefully, this is something else to creep and help. Another update to the breaking news from President Trump. We're now ready to the FBI raid in his home Colorado in Palm Beach. His archives according to a source familiar with the raid. As you may know, what the president does while he or something she's in the White House is a matter of archival purposes for the national archives preserved after the administration is over. Sources told us that this is in some way archive related. That crimes was reported from the New York Times tonight. Two people have told the Times that it is focused on material in the Times. Material that Mr. Trump brought with him to Mar-a-Lago after he left the White House. That's been a matter of questions for some time. And now we have that from a source trusted to NBC News. Also worth noting that the former president is not at Mar-a-Lago right now. He's spending time at his golf club in Bedford, New Jersey. He is in New York tonight. This is video of him leaving Trump Tower. The overshadowed this became about to raise his leader. Did not respond to
Your body will keep Balsinos and the mark, my friend, screaming loud. The message of the day: love your brothers and sisters as you love yourself. Do to them as you want them to do for you. White, black, Chinese, whatever color are they. Period.
see what that shakes out to be. So we're going to let you know. Remember, you got a live story on NBC.com and get these app that have everything that you can follow as best we know.